Chapter 1275 The Projection and Response, unedited chapter. All the people attending the celebration were shocked. What did they see? A projection of their goddess fighting this snake creature that appeared to be one of the 7 moons, Blood Dragon. These people have spent all their lives being oppressed by these 7 individuals, so they knew Blood Dragon's aura perfectly well despite his new appearance. Some wise immediately deduced why he turned into this appearance. On the 2nd floor, Wang Wei looked at the projection with squinted eyes. He suddenly thought of something and immediately contacted Wang Qi and Red Fate Mask. Patriarch, did something happen? Wang Qi asked since the latter used the emergency contact method. Contact the team and tell them to head to Blood Dragon's territory. Once they see the sign, they must attack immediately, plunder all the resources, and take the people away. What? What's going on? That bastard is about to die, Wang Wei sneered. Really? Wang Qi's eyes lit up. If that's true, this is our perfect opportunity. He grinned. Do you want me to tell the rebellion? Of course not, Wang Wei replied. We don't need more competitors. More. If I guess correctly, Sun Junyou's people should already be in place and preparing for the plunder. Sun Junyou? So she's the one responsible for this upcoming chaos? Wang Qi uttered. Why does it feel that any woman related to you is extremely dangerous? Watch your tongue, Wang Wei warned while looking at Wu Hong in the corner of his eyes. Red Mask, how is our infiltration of the Blood Dragon Palace? We have some people on the outside but no one in the core power, Red Mask replied. The Blood Dragon Palace is the central force of Blood Dragon and his place of residence. Their group is still in the early stages, so their achievements in this area were almost non-existent. Wang Wei frowned. This was expected since their guard had just started and barely had enough time to make any achievements. In that case, we must take the risk and be more direct. When the Blood Dragon dies, there will be a short period of chaos in the palace. You must take this opportunity to infiltrate the inside and take control of the Paragon formations. The attack from Sun Junyou's team and ours will create a distraction and prolong that period of chaos. Use it to get things done. I'll get it done, Red Mask responded directly. Good. Wang Wei ended the conversation, but his work was far from finished. His soul exited his body, floating a few inches above his head. Myriad chains and runes appeared above the soul before slowly dissipating. Wang Wei's soul then pointed forward, releasing a seal that surrounded the entire palace. From now on, no one can enter or leave this palace, including the Blood Dragon himself. If Sun Junyou fails, he will step up to finish the job. She only needs to weaken him so that even if she fails, I can finish the job with the 2 puppets and my Paragon soul, Wang Wei thought. He then contacted his clone in the fate-changing hall, assembling everyone for this world-class mission. These people will drastically increase his strength and create a better distraction so Red Mask can succeed in her mission. After waking up from the shock of this projection, the participants had mixed reactions. Most realized they were pawned in such a plan, and their lives were at stake. They might despise the 7 moons, but they would never openly defy them. Most wouldn't even do it secretly out of fear of being implicated. There are those from powerful lineages who fear implicating their people. They know these parasites like to use whatever excuse to weaken or plunder their ancient lineages, and there are no better excuses than this one. Then, some people see the opportunity from Blood Dragon's death and immediately consider how to benefit from it. As such, the reaction of these participants could be classified into 3 categories. Those who still supported Sun Junyou despite her actions, those who immediately ran away, and those who contacted the outside to prepare to plunder from the chaos. Sadly for them, Wang Wei had already sealed this place, having anticipated their reaction. Battle World. After Sun Junyou copied the Spear of Destiny, they rushed toward Blood Dragon's breath attack, destroying everything in its path before rushing him. The dragon felt that these 9 spears had locked him, meaning no matter what he did, he could not escape them. In other words, he was destined to be hit. Blood Dragon roared, and an artifact that resembled a military shield with a bloody head appeared before him. The shield morphed into a dragon before fusing with Blood Dragon's skin/scale. When the 9 spears of destiny hit, the dragon was perfectly intact. Fine it, Sun Junyou thought. She knew there was one thing that could tip the scale of this battle to her opponent, and that was his wealth. No one could fathom how much wealth these people have hoarded, how many Paragon artifacts they have in their treasury. If the dragon uses his wealth against her, she is not confident she could kill him before someone notices something. So when Blood Dragon summoned that shield artifact, Sun Junyao immediately found the dimension/space ring where the dragon kept all his treasure. She copied Empress Wu's sealing Dao and placed the most potent seal she could amass to prevent him from accessing it. "You! As I promise, today will be your death date," Sun Junyao sneered. The blood dragon summoned an ocean of corrosive blood. The so-called ocean spread to every corner of this universe, destroying everything. Everywhere it passed, the stars dimmed, galaxies perished, and space-time collapsed because of its corrosiveness. However, Sun Junyao was calm. She copied a light Dao, and with a wave of her hand, a blinding golden light purified the corrosive blood ravaging this universe. Shen then turned into a sword of light that rushed toward Blood Dragon with unparalleled speed. The dragon made a wise fighting move by letting her attack him, and once his defense artifact blocked her, he would finish the job. Sadly for him, Sun Junyao was not a pretty flower that was not affected by the sun and rain. On the contrary, it seemed she was highly well trained in the art of combat and had a terrifying battle IQ. After the shield artifact blocked Sun Junyao's light attack, Blood Dragon used a blood technique to absorb the blood and all vitality from her body, and it appeared it had succeeded until he realized this was nothing but a well-crafted clone. Sun Junyao primarily dealt with the shield paragon artifact by copying the technique of the infamous thief, the treasure-seeking Empyrean. The art of treasure possession is a rare technique that can control another person's artifact, including proving artifacts that are an extended part of anyone in the Emperor path. Sun Junyao did not copy the technique 100%. When Lady Wu trained her, she sent her into this pagoda to fight the imprint of countless powerful and unique entities while asking her to copy their abilities to the best of her ability. As such, she did not know whether the treasure-seeking Empyrean's technique would work on a paragon artifact, especially with her only having copied 95% of its essence. So, she did not try to control the artifact but rendered it inoperable for a certain period. Once she achieved her goal, she used the sky-tearing hand technique to penetrate the dragon's body and ravage his internal organs. Blood Dragon roared. His snake tail hit Sun Junyao with immense force, pushing her a few thousand light-years away. He then immediately used his Blood Dao to control Life Dao. After all, blood is considered one of the primary sources of life in the body. The Blood Dragon summoned a river of vitality. A single drop from that river was enough to give life to a universe the same size as the lower dimension. However, even after absorbing it, his injury did not change. The reason for that was simple. Sun Junyao was an everlasting Empyrean and had some achievement in body refining, meaning she left her true will inside his body. Meanwhile, the Blood Dragon could no longer assess his Dao will/Paragon will artifact. Sun Junyao changed her Dao into Yin Yang. She pointed at the river of vitality and turned it into a river of death Qi. The dragon resisted, so the river became a battle between life and death, rapidly changing from white to black. Sun Junyao took this opportunity to copy another Dao. Her demeanor changed to that of a supreme swordsman not tolerated by heaven and earth. A bamboo materialized on her right hand, and she waved it calmly to release a sword slash. The dragon had a terrified expression after seeing the bamboo sword, but what happened next solidified his reaction. The entire battle world screamed in agony at the appearance of the slash. Blood Dragon reacted swiftly as he opened his mouth to release a ball, his proven Dao artifact. This thing was in his sea of consciousness, thus not affected by the previous seal. He immediately used its power to protect himself from that slash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1276. It's your turn. Blood Dragon's brows were furrowed. Despite using his proving Dao artifact, that slash still cut off a significant portion of his tail. No wonder Time Eater is so obsessed and fearful of that woman. If he did not act in time, he would have died without an intact body. He was so glad that he killed most of these swordsmen and not let them grow up. Their attack potency was something else. Blood Dragon's artifact released a red light into his body, trying to heal that missing tail, but it could only alleviate the situation. I must kill this bitch as soon as possible. Blood of the universe. Any universe or large space with intact rules and laws can be considered a living creature, and all living creatures have blood in some form or shape. Blood Dragon's technique allowed him to summon the blood of whatever area he was in and do with it as he pleased. In this current situation, he He chose to swallow the universe's blood to increase his strength and regenerative capabilities. Then, he cut off the part of his tail with Sun Junyo's true will before regrowing it. Meanwhile, the most beautiful woman in the world continued emulating the most powerful swordsman in the world. She stabbed her bamboo, releasing a terrifying strike. An armor of blood surrounded Aoyu's body, blocking the attack, or it blocked most of it. The strike decimated the armor. However, it had one property that saved its wearer: constant regeneration. It did not matter how many times Sun Junyo's attack destroyed the blood armor. It would instantly regenerate. Thunder Dao, Immemorial Tribulation. One of the most challenging battles Sun Junyao had experienced was from the Divine Punishment Empyrean. The bastard created a thunder technique that summoned immemorial tribulation. After she copied his Dao, she made him experience the terror of his own attack. Blood Dragon's face lost color when he saw the tribulation clouds above their heads. There is one event that all paragons will never forget in their life: the immemorial tribulation. It did not matter how talented or easy the previous tribulations were, they would be traumatized by it. The more gifted a cultivator, the harder the tribulation and the higher the trauma. The blood dragon's first instinct was to run away from this tribulation. Sadly, the thing followed him, and not to mention Sun Junyao would not give him such an opportunity. She summoned a colossal axe, trying to divide him in two. Blood Dragon controlled his ball artifact to block the thunder from above while focusing on that axe. His body suddenly manifested countless blood veins that drastically increased his physical stats. His dragon claw clashed with the axe, and the sheer force destroyed the weapon. Sun Junyao was calm after seeing this result. Her objective of occupying the Paragon artifact had been accomplished. Without it, her chances of winning and killing this pig have drastically increased. She then activated her Awakened, which was in the form of a vision similar to Wang Wei. The vision showed a beautiful lake with 13 statues. 11 of the statues came alive and started dancing around the lake. The visages of the statues could not be determined, but anyone who watched them would instinctively think they were the most beautiful thing between heaven and earth. Additionally, the ethereal atmosphere of the lake somehow perfected their performance, elevating it to a higher state of existence. Dance of Perfection. Sun Junyao finally used a technique that could be said to be original. She used her awakened state to cast a potent illusion/charm technique that can lure the minds of people with the strongest Dao heart. The truly terrifying aspect of this technique is its ability to show people what they desire the most. It's not about their ideal version of beauty but what they pursue and want the most in life. Whatever that is, the dance will not reveal it to them but show them a path to achieving it. Sun Junyao knew that if she revealed these people's innermost desires, they would be more likely to realize they were in an illusion. So, she opted for the most captivating option, showing them how to achieve their ultimate goal/pursuit. While the dragon was distracted by that illusion, Sun Junyao controlled the Spear of Destiny to enlarge itself until it was larger than the dragon's body. Then, she nailed him. The dragon roared in agony. Luckily for him, the pain woke him up from that illusion. He immediately assessed his situation, realizing he had little time left. The spear contained the destiny of the Chosen One, meaning it was his nemesis. It was one of the best weapons to kill him. As such, if he did not make the correct move in the next nanoseconds, he would die, and it would be true death since he had no more longevity resources. In this brief moment of life and death, the blood dragon's mind was extraordinarily calm and calculated. He abandoned the current body and used the technique, Blood Rebirth. His Dragon Ball, the official name of his Proving Dao artifact, stored some of his blood essences in an emergency like this. With that blood, Aou survived and returned to his peak. Aou left the Dragon Ball with a new dragon body. His aura was fierce, and his strength was even higher than before. He felt great. That was until he heard these sarcastic words. "You really are an idiot," Sun Junyao sneered before reciting a spell, and numerous dark marks appeared on Aou's body. The curse, the dragon thought with an ugly expression. The blood essence he stored was from his previous dragon body, which contained the curse. As he felt his body immobile and unable to move, he gritted his teeth. He became even more ruthless and forcefully destroyed his bloodline a second time. The backlash was even more intense due to how much he rushed. Aou's aura plummeted along with his strength. His choice could be said to be the correct one, but it did not improve his situation in the slightest. On the contrary, It made things worse since Sun Junyao would not give him another opportunity. She summoned the Spear of Destiny and blessed it with a bit of destruction Dao. It was apparent she wanted to end this fight once and for all, making the blood dragon desperate. In this case I can do only one thing, Aou thought. He knew the situation had reached a desperate level, and only one strategy left could save his life. Stall for time. He first cast a technique called World's Protection. No matter how they achieved it, the fact is that the 8 moons and 2 suns were the destiny center of the eternal Ascension world. Most of the world's luck belonged to them, so Aou summoned that luck to condense the ultimate defense around him. Of course, the blood dragon was not stupid, at least, not to this unreasonable level. He knew that Spear of Destiny was the bane of his luck Dao-based technique. As such, after the spell succeeded and the protection surrounded him, Aou used his blood Dao to convert this technique from luck Dao to blood Dao. Blood coffin. He changed into his human form to better condense his defense and lay inside a red coffin. Sun Junyo's spear bombarded the coffin, but it was perfectly intact. She tried a few times, and it was the same. Damn it, this is the worst-case scenario that I did not want to appear, she thought. She summoned her Proving Dao artifact, a miniature replica of her heavenly beauty palace. With the artifact, she can better replicate unique techniques or the ones based on outlaw Dao, like times, fate, destruction, etc. With these blessings, Sun Junyao started to bombard the coffin. She made progress, but the process was too slow for her liking. This is embarrassing to watch, Wang Wei commented after seeing how the blood dragon forgot about the curse and revived from his blood essence. This is what happens when you stand above all sentient beings for so long without having the strength and merit to do so, Wu Hong explained. Things wouldn't have been as bad had they taken this opportunity to improve themselves, like Time Eater. Instead, they spent most of their time thinking about keeping everyone down and not reaching their levels. The worst part is something tells me his situation could have been worse, Wang Wei sighed. You're right. If not for the foreign invasion that forced them to fight and improve their battle experience, they would have been worse, Wu Hong nodded. She suddenly looked in the distance. It's your turn now. Excuse me. As bad as these people are, they are not so incapable that they would not notice the dragon had slipped off and is on the verge of dying. So, someone is coming to rescue him? Yes, Wu Hong nodded. Luckily for you, it's just a projection with 90% of cultivation, so you should be able to deal with it. Wang Wei's mouth twitched. Why aren't you doing anything? I've done enough and this is your destiny, not mine. Wang Wei sighed. He closed his eyes and raised his hand to summon the Spear of Destiny forcibly. He followed that by summoning the puppet the sect left for him as his Dao protector. Wang Wei's soul then left his body and entered the puppet's shell before putting on the black dragon armor. The puppet was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. Could you lend me a paragon artifact? Preferably a pair that can be used as a formation. No problem. Wu Hong opened a crack in space, summoned a pair of sticks, and handed them to him. Don't you have something like a sword? You're the one asking, but why are you so demanding? Wu Hong rebutted. All right, Wang Wei said. The spear disappeared. He then temporarily removed the shackles in his soul, allowing him to immediately notice the being standing in the void, looking at the palace with suspicion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1277 The Kun Fish. And I made a mistake in the previous chapter. The sect only gave Wang Wei one paragon puppet, and the other was a longevity resource. I've modified the last chapter. He still asked Wu Hong for a pair of weapons he would use later, but he only summoned one puppet. 5 feathers fused with the void while observing the heavenly beauty palace. She frowned deeply. No wonder Time Eater, who was usually so eager to return home, was acting so nonchalantly about this mission. He knew something was wrong. She understood why the latter did not fight so hard to be the one who sent a projection to rescue that stupid dragon. Why is she here? And is she responsible for the dragon's misery? 5 feathers pondered. After her projection returned to the eternal Ascension world, it rushed to this place, but she did not dare enter because she sensed Empress Wu's aura. Throughout her long reign, 5 feathers was wary of only a handful of individuals, even a few of whom she feared. Empress Wu belonged to the latter. Now, what am I supposed to do? Five Feathers knew she could do nothing if that woman wanted to kill the stupid dragon. And if she tried to interfere, the fate of her projection would be the same. Simultaneously, she knew that if she failed this mission, the others would take this opportunity to attack her. Some might take into consideration the fact they had just lost the dragon and be more understanding, but that bastard, undead phoenix, won't care about such a thing. Five Feathers found herself in quite a dilemma. However, someone broke her thinking session before she could make a decision. She looked at the thing that rushed toward her with undisguised fighting intent. A paragon puppet? Her first thought was that this was one of those stupid people who had escaped the cleanup. During her reign, she faced many assassination attempts from people with low cultivation realms who accidentally got their hands on paragon-tier artifacts, arrays, puppets, etc. However, the result was always the same: their eventual destruction. No, this is not just a puppet. It's you, Wang Wei. You're quick to catch on. You can hide your face, aura and everything else, but you can't hide that disgusting destiny, Five Feathers sneered. Noted, Wang Wei said. He realized he needed a superior method of hiding his destiny due to their resonance with the parasites. In the future, if he ever tried to assassinate one of them, such news will be crucial. Five Feathers stared deeply at Wang Wei, her eyes not hiding her profound hatred. Normally, I don't mind beautiful women looking at me, but you're ugly, so please stop that, Wang Wei said calmly. Is this poor attempt at riling me up? I expect better from you, Five Feathers replied. She knew she was beautiful, so such words meant nothing to her. This is what I mean. Your face might be one of the best in the world, but your temperament and inside are so rotten that it's disgusting. Plus, I'm willing to bet my life this is not your original face. Some of your features resembled Empress Wu and my ancestor, the Sword Empress, too much. Others might not be able to detect them, but I can. You! Her anger drastically increased the temperature, burning the surrounding void. I already had enough of you. Five Feathers summoned the river of time with a thought and entered it. She pointed at the river, and a small fish the size of a palm suddenly floated to the surface. Her finger released a red energy that isolated that fish from the others and the river. Immediately afterward, she turned into this enormous fish the size of a universe before plunging into the river, swimming downward against its current. Five Feathers encountered significant resistance from the river, but pushed herself to navigate against the current of time. She tried her best not to notice the significant amount of time was passing as she swam. Luckily, the bastard Wang Wei was young, so she did not have to travel far before reaching the time point before he proved the Tao. After arriving at her temporal destination, she left the river and transformed into her human form. He should be in the lower dimension, so we'll need to be extra careful and send a projection, Five Feathers thought as she looked around. She was in an invisible state to ensure no one noticed her presence. She knew the consequences of messing with time, so she was careful not to create any butterfly effect. She had isolated the bastard's time mark, meaning she could kill him without any consequences. Wait, something is wrong, she figured out. Her eyes looked in the distance at an elderly man in a cave with a heaven will before him. It was apparent he was about to fuse with it and prove the Tao. The time mark is not Wang Wei's, but someone else's. Did he already develop a technique to hide his time marks with others? Five Feathers was furious. She thought she could get rid of that bastard and prolong her reign over the world, but who knows, she was being played for a fool. Damn it, she muttered before slapping her hands and instantly annihilating that elderly man. From now on, the white-hair Five-Claw Emperor no longer exists in the world as he's been erased from time. Five Feathers returned to the River of Time, but this time, she did not turn into a fish but her phoenix form. She was all white with 5 distinguished feathers releasing divine lights serving as her bird tail. She flew upstream the river until she reached her period, which was the presence from her perspective. So that's how it is, Wang Wei muttered as he watched her action. There is a mythical fish called Kun. When in the water, it is a fish. However, it longs to be more. It longs to escape its fate as a fish, as a creature of the ocean. So, it broke the shackle placed on it by heaven and earth, jumped out of the water, and turned into a gigantic bird with a wingspan of 30,000 miles. Emperors have broken the shackles of life and death, achieving immortality and even peeping at the essence of eternity. Empyreans broke the shackles of samsara. With their true self, they can experience infinite reincarnation, and they would not lose their identity. Meanwhile, paragons have broken the shackles of time. Time is no longer linear for them, and if not for the restraint of heaven and earth, they could probably play with it as they pleased. Wang Wei was in a trance due to this sudden epiphany. No, paragons have not escaped the shackles of time. They've removed most of time's restraints on them. If they could completely remove it, then they can achieve half-step transcendence. They will truly stand above the river of time. With this epiphany, Wang Wei's understanding of time Dao drastically increased, which then increased his overall understanding of fate Dao. So, his cultivation rapidly rose from 78% to 80% Grand Dao source. This is great timing. Time duplicate. As expected, Wang Wei thought. He quickly duplicated his paragon puppet due to his new understanding before handing it to the other staff. However, Wang Wei did not immediately let the duplicate take action but asked it to hide in the void for a sneak attack at the right time. I'm glad I did not have to ask her for help. That would be an awkward way for our first meeting. According to Wang Wei's original plan, he would have to ask Sun Junyo's help with her copy Dao if his method did not work. Now, everything is prepared. Wang Wei did not underestimate Five Feather Phoenix because of how Blood Dragon acted. He understood that one of the primary reasons the Blood Dragon's battle was so terrible was because of how emotional he was. Blood Dragon saw Sun Junyao as the love of his life, but she played with him and destroyed him emotionally. Considering his minimal battle experience, the entire fight became a joke due to his poor mental state. However, Five Feathers was not Blood Dragon. Their battle experience might be similar, but her mental state was perfectly normal. Additionally, she seems more ruthless, given that her first action after meeting him was to find his time mark and erase him from the past. "You bastard!" Five Feathers yelled as soon as she returned. "Why are you excited? It's not my fault you acted so rashly," Wang Wei shrugged. "Oh, by the way, watch out." Five Feathers was momentarily puzzled before she sensed something and raised her head. Wang Wei's 11 fate palaces were arranged into a formation above her head and released a terrifying gray light. Five Feathers reacted swiftly by opening her mouth and firing a fire beam to block the attack. However, Wang Wei would not let such an opportunity pass by. He appeared beside her and smacked her face with his staff, sending the proud phoenix flying thousands of light years away from this location. This should be far enough, Wang Wei thought. He did not want their fight to affect the Heavenly Beauty Palace and possibly remove the seal he had placed, allowing these people to escape or release the information about the Blood Dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1278 First Battle with the Parasites. Unedited chapter. A flame manifested on Five Feathers' face. Her deformed skull returned to normal, and her skin was as smooth as a lake's reflection under the moonlight. She stared at him with red eyes, her killing intent shattering the void, but it healed instantly, creating a situation where countless void tears materialized around Five Feathers. "How dare you lowly thing injure me? Lowly!" Wang Wei looked at her incredulously before starting to laugh without restraint. It was as if he had heard the biggest joke between all heaven and myriad worlds. "You, of all people, call me lowly? I have talent that you can only dream of. My ancestors created a foundation that spread through the chaos universe. Of all the infinite life in this world, heaven and earth chose me to bear the destiny of the next era. And you dare call me lowly?" Wang Wei looked at her with a sneer. "What do you have that can stand against me? Your cultivation? It's only a matter of time before I surpass you and can treat you as an ant. Is it because you're one of the 7 moons and a ruler of this world? But you and I both know that you're only a guarding dog of the 2 suns, not the true ruler of this world. So, tell me, where does your arrogance come from?" Five Feathers clenched her hands. She felt her pride being trampled. The sad part is that the latter is telling the truth, which hurts even more. Her killing intent suddenly increased. "You can say whatever you want, but it won't change the fact you're just a weak Empyrean. After I kill you, all the glorious halo that surrounds you will mean nothing. Let's see if you have this strength," Wang Wei smiled. He moved his staff in a circular motion, preparing to attack. Li Jun was a master of weapons, and Wang Wei has fought him countless times using his dream technique. As such, he also learned to wield all weapons. Additionally, he read all the cultivation techniques in the lower dimension, many of which involved stick Dao. Five Feathers did not play around. She was already furious at Wang Wei for what had previously happened, and his words sent her over the edge. All she thought about was how to kill him as fast as possible. She raised her hand to summon the River of Time and controlled its power to summon a temporal storm. Whenever the storm passed by, the space-time continuum became chaotic. The grass instantly aged millions of years, some dying off while others evolved due to the passage of time. Mountains and rivers disappeared or reappeared. The ravage of time changed the topography. Some places disappeared because time reverted to a period where they did not exist, and some appeared because of the opposite. Wang Wei's eyes squinted. He immediately deduced what would happen to him if this attack hit. He would either age and become feeble like an old man, revert to his youth, and lose his strength, or he would explode as his body constantly changes from aging and de-aging. He summoned 33 of his future Buddha self to form a formation that instantly suppressed this temporal storm. 5 Feathers would not give up this opportunity and immediately used one of her most powerful technique, innate 5 elements light. She was a rare breed of phoenix born with the power of the 5 elements instead of just fire or ice. The innate 5 elements light was the accompanying divine ability she was born with, and over the years, she has cultivated it to a terrifying level. Wang Wei was on the highest alert. He had experienced similar techniques, but none were as deadly as this one. The 5 elements perfectly rotate to create a destructive force, unlike anything he's experienced. This is no longer 5-element Tao, but destruction Tao, Wang Wei concluded. This light destroyed anything in its path. Matter, light, space, time, energy, and even concepts. Additionally, the thing was moving so fast that Wang Wei could barely react, and that's not to mention how this light had locked on him and removed most of his escape. I was right not to underestimate her, Wang Wei thought. Wu Hong once told him that no matter how bad these guys were, they were paragons, and this fact alone meant they were a real threat. No one ordinary can become a paragon. The Parasites are despised by Wang Wei and people like Wu Hong and Yan Hai, but that's only because their standards are too high and they are anomalies. Wang Wei held his staff and directly attacked the light. 5 Feathers sneered, thinking the lad was young, arrogant, and did not fully grasp the vast difference between the Paragon and Empyrean realm. Sadly, she was the only one underestimating her opponent. Wang Wei's attack bounced the light to her, shocking her. That should have been impossible. And technically, she was correct. The possibility of her attack being bounced back was astronomical low. It's so low that it should be classified as a probability impossibility. Sadly, when someone controls luck Tao to such a height as Wang Wei, he can make these impossibilities a reality, almost like creating miracles. 5 Feathers woke up from the shock. She waved her hand to disperse the light. She spent trillions of yuan epochs developing this technique, so how could it hurt her? However, Wang Wei's goal was never to hurt her. Although it was a common tactic of messing up the opponent's mind by beating them with their own Tao or techniques, he was not so arrogant that he could do this to a paragon, at least not in his current state. His primary objective was to change the rhythm of this match. Although it had only started, 5 Feathers was ruthless and overbearing, and in just 2 attacks, she forced him into a passive state. He could not allow that to continue. His staff suddenly elongated above 5 Feathers' head, and he smashed downward. The beautiful phoenix's face changed. This attack was not a simple weapon smash. No, it contained a technique that Wang Wei had created. He once read a staff Tao Emperor scripture called Critical Hit Path. The idea behind this scripture was that these mysterious trajectories existed between heaven and earth. If someone could follow them with their weapons, they could perform a critical hit, an exponentially more potent attack than usual. The critical hits could increase an attack's potency by as little as 10%, and there were no upper limits. However, the higher the critical hit, the more trajectory the attack needed to follow. Even the author of this technique never reached a critical hit beyond 20 times because of the complex trajectories. This technique had potential, and Wang Wei once tried to develop it. However, he had to give up after reaching a critical hit of 33 times because these trajectories were too much, even for his powerful mind. Additionally, he discovered that the higher the realm, the more complex they became. In the Emperor realm, he reached a critical hit of 33 times, but his limit dropped to 28 in the Empyrean realm. Unless he spent countless yuan epochs studying and developing this technique, he could not return to the original 33. 5 Feathers summoned her earth, turning herself into a rock woman. When the staff hit her head, it cracked, and she flew into the earth. However, she landed on her feet, and her injury was only a minor head scratch. This technique has a lot of potential, Wang Wei thought. Although it appeared that that strike was useless, Wang Wei knew otherwise. The Earth Dao defense technique 5 feathers used is probably one of her life-saving and ultimate defensive methods. She connected to the earth of the entire Eternal Ascension world and used it to protect herself. How vast is the Eternal Ascension world? How big is its earth? And for her to summon so much of its power, she must have used her status and destiny as one of the world's ruler to deepen her connection with the earth. Yet, with that attack, he still broke through her defense. The side effects are too much, Wang Wei complained. It takes a lot of focus and calculation for him to achieve critical hits above 10 times, and given the fact his attacks now were at the Paragon level, the burden on his soul was something even Wang Wei could not bear. I have a feeling this technique will be very useful at the primal, no half-step transcendence level, Wang Wei thought, making a mental note. He appreciated this technique but not as much as now. So, he decided to take more time studying it and maybe even find its creator if they were alive. On another note, this phoenix is actually very talented, especially if you compare her directly to that stupid blood dragon, he thought. All the techniques she's shown so far were excellent, raising Wang Wei's appraisal of her by a decent amount. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1279 Intense Battle 5 Feathers had a look of fear. She almost died with that one stick. She had spent so much effort creating that earth defense technique, spending countless yuan epochs fusing and communicating with the Eternal Ascension world. She has absorbed so many rare earth resources to increase the technique's potency. Yet, this one attack broke it. Although she understood this was not her main body, the technique could not be as powerful as before. Still she felt afraid, thinking how easily he had broken through it. I must kill this bastard, 5 feathers thought. They knew the destined one would be an extremely talented individual, but she and the others always believed they had plenty of time. After all, no matter how talented an individual is, they need time to grow and develop. However, after this brief confrontation, she realized they did not have as much time as possible. With a paragon's soul, it won't take him long to enter our realm, 5 feathers figured. Even worse, he might even achieve Battle Taboo Realm and become a threat before making a cultivation breakthrough. We do not have enough time. I must kill him. Boom. 5 feathers released a terrifying aura, suppressing all laws, matter, and causality in her surroundings. Dao, come to life, she uttered. Her grand Dao source manifested behind her, releasing an oppressing aura. Then, 5 clones appeared around 5 feathers, each dressed in a color representing the 5 elements. Wang Wei looked at her with squinted eyes. Is this the power of a paragon? He thought. He could feel it. After 5 feathers acted, she became the center of 5 elements Dao throughout the Eternal Ascension world. In other words, no one can use the 5-element law/Dao before her. Wang Wei tried to summon his small understanding of the 5-element Dao, and as expected, it didn't even work. If that were her real body, the suppression would have been more severe. And if she held the position for 5 elements, she could probably strip everyone else of their use of this Dao. After figuring these things out, Wang Wei resolved himself to get his hands on the fate position. Although he was confident that the holder would not be able to strip him of complete control, the latter should have the power to reduce his Dao's effect/strength. After 5 feathers summoned her element clones, they surrounded her like planets orbiting a star. The clones raised their hands to release lights associated with the elements that floated around the phoenix. Then she finally cast her spell. Elemental Apocalypse World. Wang Wei was on guard, and as soon as these clones appeared, he attacked to try to disrupt whatever they were doing. However, the Earth clone released an invisible energy shield that quickly blocked his attack. As Wang Wei prepared for a second attack, the spell was already finished, and his instinct warned him of great danger. Wang Wei's eyes peeped into the future and saw the source of the danger, and immediately took action to evade it. However, it seems 5 feathers sensed his action of looking through time and released the spell earlier than it should have been. Everything around Wang Wei changed as he found himself in a dark environment. A domain-like technique? He swiftly analyzed. No, not just that. It's also a sealing technique. A bright, dark red light suddenly manifested in this dark world, making things visible. However, Wang Wei wished he was still in the dark. He realized he was floating above this terrifying magma, which immediately erupted into a column of flame. He reacted quickly enough to evade. That was close, Wang Wei thought. The magma was enough to melt the puppet and even his soul instantly. No, why didn't I sense such dangerous magma was so close to me? He quickly caught on the crux of the issue. The darkness around, it's not a simple lack of light, Wang Wei analyzed. She used the idea that fire is the source of light to control darkness Tao. And this lack of light doesn't just affect regular senses. How terrifying were Wang Wei's senses? With all his over-the-top and extravagant das, he had so many ways to detect things. But this darkness still worked on him. Wang Wei evaded a few more columns of magma, and the thing seemed to have been tired of him evading, so it condensed a colossal arm to catch or slap him into oblivion. Wang Wei calmly waved his staff in a circular motion around him to create a yin-yang fish diagram. Then, under his control, he separated the magma into its two fundamental elements, earth and fire. He sealed these different elements, thus successfully neutralizing this magma. Wang Wei had figured out his next step, but before he could react, he suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell from the air. What's this? Am I poisoned? Damn it, it's the ash. One of the deadliest things about any volcano eruption is the ash, and this one was so potent that it worked on the puppet's body and his soul. He immediately surrounded himself in a bubble of infinite space-time layers. As such, anything that tried to get to him must destroy countless universes or space-time continuum. Unfortunately, that's precisely what Five Feathers did. A sandstorm manifested out of nowhere, eradicating all the layers around Wang Wei at an alarming speed. He immediately noticed that this sandstorm was created by combining Earth Dao and the sharpness of Metal Dao. Wang Wei's first instinct was to use the same strategy. Divide them into their basic elemental counterparts and seal them separately. However, Five Feathers was not stupid, so the same method would not work twice. When he mobilized his yin-yang Dao, Wang Wei realized it did not work. He immediately understood the reason. Five Feathers must have used the changes between water and fire element to control yin-yang Dao, and when a paragon is using a Dao, how dare he, a small Empyrean, try to use it as well? Of course, such a method has limitations. For example, even if Five Feathers tried to restrict Wang Wei's Fate Dao or many of the others, it wouldn't work since they are not her expertise. Since yin-yang Dao won't work, let's try something else, Wang Wei thought. He smashed the sandstorm with his staff, and as soon as they came into contact, he changed the fate/destiny of this sandstorm so that they had never correctly fused. With his high battle experience, Wang Wei made the correct choice. However, Five Feathers anticipated his high battle IQ compared to hers and focused on one thing she had over him. She could react faster than him. No matter how powerful Wang Wei was, it did not change the fact he was using foreign means of achieving Paragon tier strength. Five Feathers was a full-fledged paragon, while Wang Weiss was incomplete. He could use his experience and mind to think countless steps ahead of her, but he could not react as fast as her. His deductions are what made him close to her reaction time. All of this is to say that as soon as he dealt with the sandstorm, this apocalypse world changed. A swamp was starting to fill this sealed world at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, it started raining, but not water, but these terrifying metallic liquids heavier than a multiverse. Wang Wei calmly dodged the liquid metals, but each drop that fell on the swamp drastically accelerated the speed at which it rose. Time is running out, and my intuition is telling me my previous methods of dealing with these attacks won't work, Wang Wei thought, his mind working on overdrive. Swamp. A combination of earth, water, and wood elements. Liquid metal. A combination of water and metal Dao. No, given the terrifying weight, it probably also contains earth Dao. I see. Wang Wei knew what to do. He summoned his order-disorder Dao. Order. All 5 elements Dao's aspects, characteristics, and functions will be rendered useless. Usually, Wang Wei would only need such an order to deal with people who cultivated the 5-element Dao. However, he was dealing with a being higher on the hierarchy scale than himself. So such a blatant rewrite of the rules will not work unless he's willing to severely restrict it or pay a price. Disorder. Willpower backlash. Boom. A terrifying power that embodies order, chaos, and all the fundamental rules of heaven and earth descended into this world and rapidly dissipated it. 5 feathers appeared in the eternal Ascension world with an incredulous look. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's face was pale. He felt a massive headache so painful that he grunted. If not for his willpower, he would have instantly passed out. The pain was brief, but that made it even worse as it seemed to condense much suffering in a short period. Wang Wei wiped the blood from his nose. I guess I should be happy since my willpower was tempered by a decent amount. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1280 Heaven and Earth Celebrate. 5 Elements Divine Eyes. The 5 elements are the foundation of all things. Thus, they revealed the truth of the universe. 5 feathers created this detecting ability with this concept. However, since it was based on the 5 elements, the technique did not work as she anticipated. Regardless, she noticed something. After trying to use her technique, there seems to be additional pressure on Wang Wei's soul/spirit. I see. The information said he cultivated order-disorder Tao, so that's how he did it. However, it seems he had to use a severe price to remove all abilities regarding the 5 elements. 5 feathers analyzed. In that case, I should continue to use my ability to put pressure on him until he cannot hold on anymore. In the meantime, I need to find another means of fighting. Boom! Wang Wei's staff attacked 5 feathers with another critical hit. This attack was not as severe as the first one, meaning it required less time to calculate and placed less pressure on her already weakened mind. However, 5 feathers casually waved her hand to create countless universes to serve as shields. With her grand mist wheel, this was a piece of cake. Although she could not summon creation lives from her main body, she could still use the grand mist chi. Wang Wei's attack easily crushed these universes, but they delayed enough time for 5 feathers to evade. I could use my sub-das, but they are only in the Empyrean realm, 5 feathers thought. She was already struggling with her own Tao, so these sub-das would be even more useless. Even if she used her soul to boost them to Paragon tier, they would not be as effective. In that case, this is the only way to continue this fight. 5 feathers thought while wishing she had brought any Paragon artifact. Even without her Proving Tao artifact, she could forcefully break that Order Tao spell. While evading these attacks, she raised her hand, and a phantom of a world manifested behind her. Then with a downward motion, a black cloud condensed above the sky before releasing a pool of thunder on her opponent. Wang Wei's lips twitched when he saw that phantom. He had long known that fighting paragons was something else. These people simply had too many means, making battles at that level extremely complex. One of these many means was chi/energy. A paragon's soul is so powerful, so it's not hard to imagine how much energy from the source chi space they could control. Most paragons will refine a unique mark they leave in the source chi space, making it easier to forcefully draw energy from that place and use it. There are even techniques that imitate the immortal mansion of immortal kings, allowing the paragons to store a scary amount of energy to use for a later date. Wang Wei has a paragon soul, so he also prepared to refine his source chi mark before confronting the parasites. However, he was forced into this mess before he was completely prepared. He calmed down while thinking of a plan. He smashed the lightning coming his way, but the dispersed power suddenly turned into sharp blades, to his slight surprise. Wang Wei reacted swiftly, but 2 of the blades pierced his shoulder and tight right. He responded in time to use his true will to protect his soul. She must have spent some time studying immortal spells, Wang Wei analyzed. Such expert use of chi proved 5 feathers' accomplishment. However, this should not be surprising since she had most of the world's resources at her disposal. Considering this fact, her achievements would be less impressive since someone like himself could have done more. Wang Wei sighed as he dealt with the constant bombardment of these chi spells. This fight further proved to him that the older a paragon, the harder they are to deal with. For example, Wu Hong and Qiyuan should have their own source chi mark and energy reserve. But, given how far apart they've achieved the realm of paragon, could anyone fathom how much more energy Qiyuan has in reserve? Maybe Wu Hong has found a way to fill that gap, but that method would never be simple. Then, there is the possibility that Qiyuan also has unique methods for amassing qi. These old-timers do not give people the opportunity to rise. Wang Wei complained before focusing on this fight, thinking about how to deal with the situation. My qi flower has a high affinity with the source qi space, so I could use it to gather energy quickly. Wang Wei had already planned for his ability to be the way he makes up the gap with these old cultivators, especially after his ability evolves once he becomes a paragon. With the flower as a medium and my soul, I won't lose much to this projection regarding qi control. I can even create the qi spell versions of my Dao techniques and superimpose their strength. Such a method is one way that top paragons increase their battle strength, which essentially requires them to incorporate the immortal path into the emperor path. This ability is one of the main reasons the immortal path had declined entirely. Qi was supposed to be their thing, but Paragon took it and did it better than them. Wang Wei internally shook his head. He did not want to do that. He realized something. Continuing fighting would reveal his strength and trump cards. The final result will be to destroy one of the Parasites projections. Of course, this will affect Five Feathers' main body, but such an injury is insignificant. With all the resources she had at her disposal, it won't take long to recover. If I want to reveal a trump card, it must be for a genuine injury. He immediately brewed a plan for how to end this fight. Before coming, he had a plan that involved a sneak attack with the other time clone, but he changed his mind. Then, Wang Wei became passive in the fight. He kept evading and defending. Additionally, his face becomes paler and paler as time passes. At some point, Wang Wei summoned his time clone. The thing did sneak attack Five Feathers, but only her shoulder was broken before she repelled the clone. Five Feathers had some reservations after seeing another clone with a Paragon artifact. However, she realized her worries were for nothing. With Wang Wei's current situation, controlling a second Paragon artifact would only put more pressure on his mind. So, she continued using her five-element Dao to force the order spell backlash. Boom! Five Feathers was about to use a terrifying light spell to end the struggle of these two vermin. A sudden change occurred between heaven and earth, and a vision spread to every corner of the eternal Ascension world. There were golden lotuses, sounds of the Tao, sacred beasts flying, sages reciting the sutra, immortals showing their loftiness, and even emperors showing their approval. Five Feathers' face became ugly. Any sentient being who saw this vision instantly knew why it was happening. Wang Wei suddenly laughed. Although his voice was slightly weak, Five Feathers easily heard it. Paragons are inherently noble creatures since they are the embodiment of the Tao. The death of even the weakest of them will make heaven and earth mourn for days. However, you people have done so much that once you die, heaven and earth celebrate instead. Five Feathers gritted her teeth and clenched her hand. That vision was a reminder of her future. Once she dies, heaven and earth will not mourn her. They will celebrate instead. Countless people will curse her existence and even wish to dance on her grave. Her infamy will be rewritten in the annals of history. What's with that reaction? Wang Wei chuckled. Shouldn't you have expected this to be your outcome? Don't tell me you expected some kind of dignity upon your death after everything you've done? Stop talking all this nonsense, Five Feathers sneered. I only need not to die. Not dying. Wang Wei looked at her incredulously. Don't you understand that your fate has long been sealed? Had you spent all these years cultivating and raising your strength to the pinnacle of the Paragon realm, you might have a chance at surviving by running away. But now, Wang Wei shook his head. Even if I didn't have the destiny to eliminate all of you, once these Paragons from Limbo return, you wouldn't survive. And even if they never return, do you think any of those two suns will keep you guys alive once you're no longer helpful? You don't know what you're talking about, Five Feathers said with a terrifying killing intent. Is that so? Wang Wei smiled. However, it was not the charming kind, but the kind that made people wish they could beat him up. Methreya already finds you guys useless and doesn't need you anymore, so she'll definitely eliminate you once she has the chance. Supreme Unity is cold and indifferent, meaning it's only a matter of time before he sacrifices you for his gain. So, as I said, your fate was sealed the moment you accepted their offers to become this world's ruler. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1281 Finally Move? What's going on? Despite Wang Wei's careless attitude and his act of riling up Five Feathers, his mind was somewhere else. My feeling is not wrong. Something significant is about to happen in the Heavenly Beauty Palace, and it seems to be an opportunity one should not miss. After figuring this out, Wang Wei knew he had to end this fight as swiftly as possible. Blood Dragon was already dead, meaning it was time to plunder that dragon's territory. Although he's blocked the people from the palace, other bold people who saw the heaven and earth vision will also have the same idea. In that case, let's have the body find out what's so important in that palace while I use the puppet for the plunder, Wang Wei finalized. Bastards, have you said enough? Five Feathers roared. She did not need anyone to remind her of her ultimate fate. She had plenty of advisors who did the same, and she killed all of them already. Divine Judgment. Five Feathers used much of the chi she had reserved to cast a light spell with a wide area effect. The sky turned bright as trillions of sword lights manifested. They descended toward Wang Wei and the time clone with the utmost prejudices. To these lights, these two are the greatest sinners between heaven and earth and must be destroyed or purified. Wang Wei's face became paler as he saw this attack. He immediately acted in tandem with the clone, setting up a formation with their staff artifact. The two made a circular motion above their heads with their staffs, generating a shield that covered them 360 degrees. The light swords purified everything in their path. The laws of heaven and earth stood no chance against them, let alone things like space-time or any sentient life in the surroundings. Crack! A cracking sound echoed between heaven and earth, and it originated from Wang Wei's shield. He gritted his teeth and increased the resonance between the two staffs, allowing him and the clone to repair the crack and raise their defenses. However, soul blood kept dropping from his nose, which was an indication of his current state. Five Feathers sneered after seeing this and used another spell. An incalculable amount of swords suddenly grew from the ground. Damn it! Wang Wei cursed. With these swords, he now had to defend himself from the sky and the earth. Wang Wei used his soul to mobilize the energy between heaven and earth to supplement himself. His actions created a vacuum of energy in the surrounding billion light years. Such an act should have disrupted the cultivation of countless people. Sadly, there was no longer anyone around. Keep struggling, you worm. Five Feathers sneered before using one of her most powerful five elements Dao. The backlash immediately caused Wang Wei's shield to be destroyed. He gritted his teeth and did not give up. He worked with the clone to block these attacks with only their staff. They were initially the same, making them perfectly in sync. Additionally, Wang Wei used his ancestors' evading technique, allowing him to survive long enough. However, after a few seconds, the clone could no longer hold and was dispersed. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a few light and regular swords stuck on his body. Wang Wei looked at Five Feathers with gritted teeth while evading. Then, a look of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Time-space Big Bang. With his space-time Dao, he condensed infinite space-time energy into a single point before detonating it. The explosion erased everything between heaven and earth, turning this battlefield into an area full of chaos and temporal anomalies. Wang Wei took this opportunity to run away. "You pesky ant, did you think you could escape?" said a voice full of derisions and mockery. Then before Wang Wei could run far, a cage of blue energy trapped him. Wang Wei's aura was at its weakest, and now he was trapped. However, the cruelty in his eyes did not dissipate for a second. When Five Feathers saw him, she knew he was not a weak beast at the end of its struggle and was about to surrender or plead for his life. No, this was a trapped beast about to unleash its savagery to survive, no matter the cost. Five Feathers no longer hesitated. In this situation, she knew the best move to end this bastard, a soul attack. A phoenix entered Wang Wei's sea of consciousness, proudly looking down at his weak soul. "Damn you, woman," he yelled. He was so weak that the defense around his sea of consciousness was broken so easily. "Die, you annoying pest," the phoenix said before spewing out terrifying soul flames. Wang Wei reacted swiftly by summoning a pagoda, which was a soul defense technique. However, the phoenix was relentless in her attack, forcing Wang Wei to move deeper into his sea of consciousness as a form of defense. However, Five Feathers could tell he was weakened at an alarming speed. Soul Requiem. Five Feathers no longer hesitated before using her most potent soul attack. The phoenix released the terrifying flames before its feathers became sharp blades and attacked. Lastly, the phoenix released a sonic attack. Wang Wei's face turned ugly as he watched his pagoda explode. However, he reacted in time by condensing his true will into a protective shield around. "Finally! I can eliminate this pest and continue our era by at least 100,000 yuan epochs," Five Feathers thought excitedly. According to the rules of heaven and earth, it will take some time before another son of Era or Destined One is chosen again. And even when it is, she knew there was no way for that person to be as talented as Wang Wei. If we can eliminate the next one too. She was excited thinking about this possibility. However, her excitement halted when she saw a smirk on the corner of Wang Wei's mouth. His following words sent chills down the phoenix's spine. Found you, Wang Wei chuckled. His weak soul suddenly received a terrifying amount of energy, revitalizing it and making it more potent. Then, the soul seemed to have become a supreme swordsman capable of cutting everything in its path. Absolute soul cut. A terrifying sword flash rushed out of Wang Wei's sea of consciousness. The potency of this attack made the phoenix's face pale, but something worse happened. The attack was not directed at the projection. Its target was the main body. Five Feathers was not stupid. She quickly figured out what had happened. Wang Wei lured her into his sea of consciousness by faking weakness, and while she was trying to kill him as soon as possible, he was creating a causality link to her main body. Arg! Wang Wei heard a cry of agony from the karma link, and he recognized that voice. Such a sound was music to his eyes, bringing out some of his masochist tendencies. He smiled before gazing at the phoenix. Damn, this is not over, Five Feathers thought. Of course it's not over, Wang Wei said, seemingly capable of reading her mind. Five Feathers felt another chill down her spine and swiftly dissipated the phoenix. However, when her main focus returned to her body, it was already too late. A terrifying chain of fate bound the projection. The main Bodis injury weakened it and should have dissipated, but the chains did not allow this to happen. The thing was so overbearing that it forcefully overwrote her desires and even some of the rules of heaven and earth. What are you going to do? Five Feathers asked. Make you pay, of course, Wang Wei replied. That soul injury is nothing to you. With your resources, you'll probably recuperate in less than 5,000 yuan epochs. I can't have that, can I? Wang Wei pointed at her, and suddenly, a terrifying white dragon that covered a tenth of the eternal Ascension world manifested. No, you bastard, don't do this, Five Feathers yelled. She knew the consequences if something happened to that Chi Luck dragon. You've enjoyed the blessing of this world's luck for far too long, Wang Wei sneered. The spear of destiny materialized in his hands, and without hesitation, he threw it. The dragon sensed danger and reacted. Its mighty paw blocked the spear, leaving a gushing wound. However, it did stop it from doing more damage. With its current state, it will take a while before destroying the dragon, Wang Wei murmured. In that case, let's boost it. The destiny of all the elite attending the party might not be enough, but what about more people? Wang Wei summoned a projection of the River of Fate to summon the destiny of countless cultivators forcefully. Why is there so little resentment? Wang Wei thought. Using the resentment between heaven and earth was the best way to reduce the resistance to taking, no borrowing these people's destiny. However, he discovered that while the people had plenty of personal resentment, it did not form much energy/power between heaven and earth. I should investigate this. Wang Wei had to use the laborious method of gathering these destinies. However, with his current strength, he could cover a fairly decent percentage of Eternal Ascension world. Boom! After being boosted, the spear pierced through the dragon's claw before heading directly through its head. The Chi Luck dragon roared in agony, but the spear continued attacking until the dragon was about to disperse. However, another change occurred between heaven and earth. A purple chi rushed from another territory and stabilized the dragon, preventing it from collapsing. Taoism's rising dragon purple chi? Did Supreme Unity finally move? Wang Wei frowned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1282 Transcendent Technique. Wang Wei observed with a frown. However, after waiting for a few seconds, nothing else happened. That's it, he thought. Did he only act to save her luck? He doesn't want to die? But why didn't he save Blood Dragon? Myriad thoughts flashed in his mind, analyzing the situation. It could be he acted because Blood Dragon just died. Without strong luck to support, that woman won't last long. There is also the possibility there is something special about her among the other parasites. So Supreme Unity wants her to stay alive. This analysis made sense, but he could not think of anything that made 5 feathers special. Her phoenix race was rare, but not to the point of being valued by a half-step Transcendent. So unless I'm missing something, he might have just acted to prevent her eventual death since these people are still useful, Wang Wei analyzed. However, I should still research more about 5 feathers in case she is indeed special. But I don't know. Wang Wei squinted. It did not matter that 5 feathers' luck had not completely collapsed. With his mastery of luck Dao, such a weak Qi luck dragon is not different than a collapsed one. Once he deals with her, he'll use it to his advantage. He turned around about to leave. It was time for him to plunder. However, Wang Wei noticed the destruction around him. They had destroyed more than half of the ubiquitous hot spring world. Everything was in a state of void and chaos. Wang Wei saw the wail of the trillions of people, both mortals and cultivators, who died in the aftermath of their battles. He saw the remnant of Dao Path's cultivators' inner world. He noticed the scattered immortal Qi or immortal path cultivators. He even detected the residual Dao rhyme of Emperor Path cultivators, who were the only ones who survived this catastrophe since they could revive themselves. Wang Wei shook his head. He tried to bring 5 feathers to a desolate place far away from the heavenly beauty palace and away from life. Sadly, the destructing nature of paragons was too great. It's a miracle the entire world was not destroyed. Of course, Wang Wei knew it would have been best to fight in the 9-heaven desolate realm, which was the Eternal Ascension world's version of the void battlefield created especially for paragons. However, he does not think he can convince 5 feathers to follow him, nor does he have the strength to force her there. He guessed if he asked her to fight there, that cruel woman might think he cared about ordinary people's lives and cause even more destruction. It's already healing? Wang Wei noticed that the time anomalies created by techniques and the chaotic void were being repaired at an alarming speed. Additionally, the special laws of the ubiquitous hot spring world that allowed it to give birth to unique hot springs were also being repaired at an alarming rate. It seems this hot spring world is a protected area. Wang Wei thought as a sudden realization dawned on him. There are many unique spaces in the Eternal Ascension world, but with how destructive cultivators are, it's odd how these areas survived since the dawn of time. The answer is they are protected areas, meaning Heavenly Dao will pay special attention to them and even repair them after destruction. That also explained why the entire thing was not destroyed, Wang Wei thought. Their battle intensity was enough to destroy this area, but only half suffered. As a protected area, it's apparent that the ubiquitous hot spring area received special treatment from Heavenly Dao, allowing it to suppress the effect of any world-destroying battles. Did Sun Junyao know about this, and that's why she chose this place for her banquet? Wang Wei believed she did, as the location of any plan is a significant part. She must have prepared in case Blood Dragon escaped or someone came to rescue him. Her plan was perfect until the execution. She could not control herself and started acting like a villain by telling her plan, motive, and background, which in turn delayed until someone came to save Blood Dragon, Wang Wei analyzed while shaking his head. Her intelligence is probably close to or on par with a Dao overlord. However, she lacked our absolute over our emotions and, more importantly, our flaws. After observing Sun Junyao briefly, he could tell her mental state was flawed. The worst part is that she knows it but does not know how not to reveal it to others or prevent others from using it against her. That alone disqualified her as a Dao overlord, even a Dao lord. Wang Wei shook his head and no longer focused on Sun Junyao. He quickly calculated whether he could receive some merit if he accelerated the recovery of this world, and the answer was negative since he was the one who contributed to its destruction. So he left, returning to the Heavenly Beauty Palace. Not bad, Wu Hong said, nodding in satisfaction. I'll give you 8 of 10 for a score. Why not a perfect score? Wang Wei asked. Your opponent was so weak, but you took so long, so that's -1. Lastly, you're obviously not prepared enough for battles at the Paragon level. Of course I'm not ready, Wang Wei rolled his eyes. He had no plan to fight these parasites now, but this woman made him do it. Wu Hong's actions reminded him of parents who pushed their children into a river so they could learn how to swim in a moment of life and death. Life is full of ups and downs, so we can never be prepared for everything. I'm sure you know this, Wu Hong replied, not taking responsibility for her actions whatsoever. Wang Wei stared at her before sighing. Do you have any spirit healing pill? That backlash was truly nasty. Treating me like a bank, aren't we? Wu Hong stared at him before summoning a green pill. Isn't your love language gift-giving? I'm just helping you express yourself, Wang Wei replied with a smirk as he held the pill. He recognized it as a supreme chaos pill, not a paragon pill. However, this pill could have been refined by a paragon since, unlike the lower dimension, there are countless methods of refining innate pills in the eternal Ascension world. Once again, you're getting too comfortable, aren't you? No, I just refuse to deny the natural sparks between us, Wang Wei replied. I'm not denying anything, Wu Hong replied calmly. I just choose rational thinking to prevent trouble down the line. That's fair, Wang Wei nodded. He did not swallow the pill but placed it on his forehead. The pill entered his sea of consciousness and immediately started releasing these blue lights that enveloped everywhere, including his soul and spirit. That's better, Wang Wei groaned softly. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be somewhere, plundering? I sense a unique opportunity in this place, so I return. Oh. Wu Hong scanned the heavenly beauty palace. Is that it? She showed a projection of a room, and Wang Wei squinted. He saw old man Tianji sitting cross-legged and the river of fate materializing above his head, releasing an unknown power into his body. Then, something terrifying occurred. Old man Tianji's cultivation was rapidly increasing. In just a few seconds, his Empyrean soul turned into a paragon soul, and after a few more seconds, his soul power quantity reached the paragon level. However, this was not even the end. His cultivation suddenly broke the bottleneck and entered 90% Grand Dao Source, but that was not the end. It kept increasing to 91%, 92%. Wait, why does it feel like some of this power belongs to me? Wang Wei did not doubt his intuition, and immediately summoned his Baxian turtle shell to use as a medium to take the power that belonged to him. However, he frowned as he realized power became significantly diluted once it reached him. The rest of the power seems to belong to Sun Junyao, Wu Hong commented, and with a wave of her finger she also took it. Old man Tianji opened his eyes and sighed. With that power he could have reached 94%, but since these people acted, he only reached the peak of 92%. However, he was okay with it as he had anticipated. Although he hoped it would not happen, but knew the chances were low given Wang Wei's terrifying affinity with Fate Dao. I know this power, Wang Wei commented. It's the same when I changed the fate of the lower dimension and used it to boost my cultivation. Except, this one is 1,000,000,000 times more potent. That's a transcendent technique, Wu Hong said with a serious face. By participating in world-changing events and altering the fate of someone or an entire world, he can condense this pure fate power with all kinds of effects. After participating in an event that killed a paragon that controlled 1/10 of a world's luck and injuring another, his cultivation can reach such a terrifying level in an instant. The room was instantly quiet. Wu Hong and Wang Wei knew how terrifying such a technique was. With the strength, how easy was it to influence an entire world? How about killing paragon? With such a technique, it's easy to imagine how terrifying the force behind it is. The number of paragons must be astronomical. Are those two so powerful? Wang Wei asked. No, Wu Hong replied with absolute certainty. This event has proven to me there is a vast difference in strength between people in their realm. The difference might be larger than a peak boundless paragon and a mortal. We made the right choice not to settle for these incomplete methods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1283. Do not speak his name in vain. Wang Wei nodded. Everything is connected, and in the path of cultivation the foundation is fundamental. Most cultivators believe that the Dao foundation stopped mattering after the Emperor realm. However, that is far from the truth. According to Wang Wei's calculation, the minimum requirement for someone to become a paragon is a failed 9-extremity foundation. Without it, the chances of surviving the immeasurable tribulation have drastically decreased. Furthermore, Wu Hong told him that the Dao Foundation would become extremely important in the half-step Transcendent realm. It's not just the Dao Foundation, but the cultivators' achievements and so on will also play a role in their strength. With today's events, he also understood that how a cultivator achieves transcendence will affect their strength and maybe even whether they can achieve a higher level. I always thought the cardinals achieved their strength by making a deal with Grand Dao to work for the latter with their eventual freedom. Maybe they also cannot reach higher levels due to how they achieved their strength, Wang Wei thought. He was not sure about this analysis, but if it's true, the Fate Cardinal position is a pit, and under no circumstance should I accept it, Wang Wei thought. Previously, he might have considered accepting the position if everything else fails. After all, no matter what, it's a way of making high strides toward the path of transcendence. As a last resort, Wang Wei would not mind spending countless epochs serving as the Fate Cardinal before regaining his freedom and pursuing higher levels. However, if this position cut his path forward, he would rather die than take it. By the way, did you memorize all the Dao rhymes of this technique? Wang Wei asked. I've only registered about 65% of it. I got everything, Wu Hong nodded. A transcendent technique was precious to even someone in their realm. Although it was not a path to achieve transcendent but an application of transcendent strength, its worth is beyond words, especially for her to complete her 3,800 Dao seals. What do you want to do with him? She asked. Can we do anything? Believe it or not, we will all die if we touch him, Wang Wei replied calmly. Oh, did you think of something? Wu Hong asked. It's not hard to figure out if you think hard enough. What do people of that level pursue? Higher levels, Wu Hong replied. Yes, and no matter how many paragons they've cultivated, it's meaningless to them. Wu Hong squinted as she immediately realized what he meant. They all have his name and are essentially clones of him. Exactly, and if he can cultivate them to the half-step transcendent realm, he could use them to borrow strength or even fuse with them to achieve higher realms, Wang Wei sighed. He figured it out so quickly because that's precisely what he would have done. That old man Tianji must have been planning this for heaven knows how long. Who knows how many half-step transcendents he must have cultivated and swallowed. I'm sure this technique has some limits, but even so, I reckon he must have walked very far on the transcendent path. Boom! The world trembled slightly, and everything stopped. All cultivators, matter, energy, and even the rules of heaven and earth. Only two people were not affected. Wang Wei and Wu Hong. Then, a pair of eyes appeared above the sky, glancing at them. Two little ants figured out my plan? A deep voice echoed between heaven and earth. Wu Hong and Wang Wei immediately felt a few running deep through their souls. This was not because of their character or flaw in their mind, but the instinct reaction of a creature meeting a higher life form. However, even as lower life forms, these two were extraordinary. They remained calm, controlled their body's natural instincts, and calmly looked at that pair of eyes. Interesting, said the voice before looking in the distance. Two people who were fighting were now looking at him. One of them was indifferent, but the latter sent a warning. However, he did not care. Although they were in the same realm, these two were too weak, so the eyes focused on the ants. I command you to be able to keep calm in the situation, said the pair of eyes. However, you know too much. A colossal hand descended from the heavens toward these two. He did not want information about his plan to get out. Although a few people on his level suspected his plan, no one knew for sure. Additionally, he could tell these two were highly talented, with the potential to reach his level, especially that woman. After seeing her, he felt a tiny threat. Although it was nothing to him, what cultivation were they? One was a towering mountain, and the other was an ant, yet the ant could threaten the mountain. Just the fact she was a threat proved her potential. If any of these two reached his level, they could use this information to scheme against him. Old man Tianji did not want to leave such a flaw and possible threat behind. As the hand descended, Wang Wei and Wu Hong were powerless. Their bodies could not move, and their minds worked at turtle-like speed. Wu Hong could not even activate the seals in her sea of consciousness, and she panicked a little. She had so much hope and potential, so how could she die here? Meanwhile, Wang Wei was calm, so calm that it could be described as carefree. This was not the first time he had met those transcendent big bosses, and he could predict what would happen next. And, as expected, the hand stopped midway. Old man Tianji had to stop as he felt two terrifying killing intent locking him. It was so intense that a chill ran from his soul, through his spine, and down into his feet. He quickly scanned the source and discovered they originated from the upper stream of the River of Time. He tried to find who it was but to no avail, but he knew that if he continued his actions, even one of those killing intent was enough to eliminate him. So that's how it is, he thought, secretly sighing. He understood what was happening and quickly thought through time. Senior, forgive my ignorance. Scram, said a beautiful, almost angelic voice. It was too bad it was extremely cold, so old man Tianji did not dare enjoy it. Thank you for your generosity, he swiftly said. He took one last glance at the eternal Ascension world. How stupid I was. I know this world was a source of trouble, but I acted so brazenly. He had heard of the all-seeing temple's prophecy and had prepared for the upcoming chaos. However, old man Tianji was convinced he could survive this forthcoming catastrophe. Better yet, he might take this opportunity to reach new heights. However, after today's events, he realized he was too confident. If he's not prepared, even someone like himself might fall into the upcoming disaster. No, my preparations are not nearly enough, old man Tianji thought. He decided to accelerate the speed of his actions. Before that, he must summon all the people who bore his name. So, he focused on the one in the Heavenly Beauty Palace and the one in the lower dimension. He has a karmic relationship with that boy. I mean that senior. Maybe he will become a more valuable pawn by staying here. After pondering it briefly, he took the one in the palace and left the one in the lower dimension. Old man Tianji disappeared, and the time of the world started to flow again. No one noticed what had happened beside 4 people. Quite anticlimactic, isn't it? Wang Wei sighed. Was that? Wu Hong asked, thinking of the unknown origin of that clone that complicated her love life. Yeah. Wu Hong sighed. The last time she felt this powerless was during the ultimate taboo. Thinking about how she had to experience such a terrible feeling again because of that bastard, she became angry. Why are you always causing trouble? From what I know, you're not born with the fate of a disaster star. Why are you blaming me? Isn't this your fault? If you so blatantly say his name, do you think he would have noticed little ants like us? Wang Wei smiled wryly as she was correct. He was so used to using Mithreya and Supreme Unity names like it was nothing that he had forgotten a fundamental truth. Do not say the name of higher beings in vain. Even great emperors can sense someone using their name or title, let alone these transcendent species. That's indeed my fault, and I apologize, Wang Wei said, and Wu Hong snorted coldly. I know it's a terrible feeling realizing how weak and insignificant we are, Wang Wei continued. However, isn't this the best motivation for us? One day, we will stand at their level and even surpass it. They had this confidence since there were many signs that they'd succeeded already. Although it was not 100% guaranteed, this fact was enough to give them more confidence than 99% of all sentient beings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1284 Plunder. Wait, Wang Wei said. Were you scared? He asked, looking directly into her eyes. Wu Hong was calm, but he knew her better than he knew the back of his hands, so he saw the signs. By the blessing of the Tao, Wang Wei said in shock before laughing out loud. The proud and mighty Empress Wu has such a moment of weakness. This is the greatest day of my life. I don't know what kind of delusion your mind has conjured, but don't involve me, Wu Hong replied calmly. Sadly, Wang Wei ignored her words. This moment will feed my existence for trillions of yuan epochs. No, for eternity, Wang Wei continued. I will tell everyone, especially our kids. I can picture it now. When I tell them of the one time I saw their scary mother trembling in fear. Yes, I can see it. Their tiny eyes became wide in shock. Then, they'll look at me in disbelief, wondering whether the emotion known as fear could even be associated with their mother in the slightest. By the grace of the ancestors, this is truly the greatest moment of my life. Wang Wei's joy was palpable, almost illuminating the private room. Meanwhile, Wu Hong was gloomy. If you dare utter a word, the things I'll do to you could no longer be described as unspeakable, she warned. It doesn't matter, Wang Wei replied, his face showing a hint of unparalleled confidence. No matter what trials and tribulations you put me through, no matter what darkness, the fact that you were once scared is enough for me to survive anything. You! Wang Wei grinned in response. Then, a cunning light flashed in Wu Hong's eyes. Her demeanor suddenly changed as she became sad and even docile. Such a temperament immediately made any man wish they could protect her. She materialized a tissue and started crying. How can you be so cruel? This is the first time I've shown such a vulnerable side to you. But now, you're weaponizing it against me and even our future children. How can you do such a thing? Wang Wei stood before her in shock. In his wildest dream, he never thought that would be her reaction. The rudeness of the situation and Wu Hong's current state instantly made him want to reach over and reassure her that he was just joking. Luckily, he immediately woke up and realized what was happening. Well played, he praised in his mind. Unfortunately, she had met her match. Okay, your little act won't work on me. Your future self sent a clone in the past to prevent me from having a harem. Our relationship was destined to have some toxicity. Accept this loss and move on. You bastard, Wu Hong said, returning to her calm and authoritative self. This is not over, she declared after putting the tissue away. I'm sure it's not, Wang Wei smiled. They have an eternity to spend together, so it's great for their relationship to have its uniqueness. Otherwise, they will face the same fate as most Dao partners, getting bored of each other. By the way, why were you scared? Didn't you already guess about our future selves? Of course I have, Wu Hong replied. But I'm not as crazy as you to put so much faith in my so-called future self. Have you never wondered whether these people protected us as our future selves? What if they are someone else pretending to be? And even if they are ourselves, who knows how much we've changed? At their levels, the past might not matter much to them. Wu Hong sighed. The entire situation seems ridiculous and unnecessarily complicated to me. Wang Wei nodded. Of course, he's thought of all these questions and possibilities. All I can say is firstly, we cannot interfere in these battles yet, so we have no choice but to believe. Secondly, there are no signs of a problem so far, so all I can do is keep calm, retain that level of faith, and keep my guard up if I detect or deduce some kind of anomaly. Wu Hong looked in the distance. In this overtly complex situation, his mindset was the best choice. It seems I must enter the dark truth as soon as possible. She realized that since the ultimate taboo, she might have become conservative in her actions. Otherwise, after so many years, as long as she took the risk and left the eternal Ascension world, there are plenty of ways to heal her injuries and return to peak strength. Don't you have plundering to do? Wu Hong said, looking at him. Damn it! Wang Wei almost forgot. Wait. Here. Wu Hong handed him the power of fate she took from old man Tianji. This is Sun Junyo's share. Give it to her. Wang Wei nodded before teleporting away. Wu Hong calmly watched him leave, and a few seconds later, she smiled. She was correct in thinking he could bring some colors to her life. Let's continue observing before making any final decisions. Although she had a favorable view of him, this was not something she could decide after only 2 meetings. Anyway, they had eternity before them, so there was no need to rush. Wang Wei teleported to the domineering dragon realm. He scoffed at the name as he knew the blood dragon changed it after taking control of this territory. Wang Wei immediately detected countless energy powers, so he focused on the largest one. He saw countless people attacking this beautiful palace, which was surrounded by auspicious clouds, dragons roaming around, and floating in the void as a massive ocean held it up. A powerful shield surrounded the palace, and no matter how many people attacked it, it remained intact. The Dragon Palace, Wang Wei muttered. This was Blood Dragon's primary residence, meaning it was the place with the most outstanding amount of resources. Wang Wei flew to his people. Sect Master, you're finally here, Wang Qi said. He recognized the latter from his aura despite Wang Wei still being inside the puppet. What's the situation? With the help of the changing Fate Hall and the Fate Guard, we've plundered the most powerful branches, outposts, and allies, Wang Qi explained. The Blood Dragon ruled trillions of worlds, universes, domains, and realms. As such, he needed help to control such vast territories, so he had many branches and allies scattered in his territory. So that only leaves the Dragon Palace, Wang Wei nodded. Yes, but with the Paragon Array, we're powerless, Wang Qi replied. Additionally, someone already went in? Oh, I think it was Sun Junyao, Wang Qi continued. Her people were already waiting, but once she arrived, she used an array-breaking talisman to make a hole in this place's defense and entered. Wang Wei frowned. Where is Red Mask? She and many of her people were already inside before the formation was activated, but we've lost contact. She should have contacted us if her mission had succeeded, Wang Wei commented, thinking about his next step. He could not wholly rely on Red Mask now that he knew Sun Junyao had entered. By the time she takes control of the array and opens a path for them, Sun Junyao might have already plundered the best resources. Even though no paragon is controlling the array, it will take me too long to use brute force to enter, Wang Wei analyzed. However, since Sun Junyao could enter with an array-breaking talisman, it means the formation is not at its peak, so maybe I can use a similar method. Wang Wei did not have a rank 12 array-breaking talisman, but he could try other ways. The array virus? He immediately shelled this idea. In the lower dimension, the idea of the array virus was elevated to Emperor tier, but it was useless for a paragon array unless it could be further improved. However, that was impossible in such a short period. In that case, I can only use a more direct and radical method, Wang Wei concluded before summoning his people. Monk, his wife, the second prince, and everyone else stopped attacking the array and regrouped with Wang Wei. So, he took them to the edge of the Dragon Palace's shield and used his Order Disorder Dao. Wang Wei used the same technique from his fights against Five Feathers, except his target was this array shield. He did not target the entire thing but made a hole deep enough for their team to enter. Such a clever maneuver allowed him to achieve his goal while drastically minimizing the potency of the willpower backlash. "Let's go," Wang Wei said as he led everybody inside. The group's action caught the other people's attention, so a few clever people thought this might be their chance to enter, so they rushed into the hole. Sadly for them, Wang Wei's team did not take kindly to these leeches. The poison demoness waved her hand to leave a nasty poison gas before the entrance, instantly killing a few Dao rulers and one Empyrean. The gas dissipated after the team entered, and the hole in the formation healed itself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1285 Plunder, 2, Unedited Chapter. The void fluctuated before opening up and releasing a group of people, primarily women and less than 5 men, one of whom was Xiao Tiandi. The group calmly landed before looking around. "Palace Lord, do we really have to give up the array central area?" asked one of the women. "That woman is powerful. Even if I can take her down, it will take too long, thus delaying our chances of getting more resources," Sun Junyao replied calmly. "But we're the only ones who have entered the palace. Our competition is not only those people outside, but the people from the palace," said the announcer, Sun Tong, in her straight and direct manner. "Now that the blood dragon has died, how many people will remain loyal? They haven't started plundering because they hope their leader's Dao mark remains intact." "I see," nodded the palace lady, who felt unwilling they had to give up the central array hub. "That woman," Xiao Tiandi said with a frown. "She might be one of Wang Wei's people." "Oh." Sun Junyao paused. She had now figured out that Wang Wei was the one she was waiting for. "What makes you say that?" The strength she exploded with her was the power of fate. "Young master, although fate is a rare Dao, countless cultivators are on that path. That's not enough for you to determine it was him," Sun Tong said. "I know that," Xiao Tiandi replied, almost rolling his eyes. "There are 3 reasons why I believe she's one of his people. 1, her aura is similar to his. Although she tried to hide it, I sensed it. Secondly, it's the fact she was here. From how Wang Wei operates, it should not be a problem for him to predict Blood Dragon's death after seeing the master's projection and prepare beforehand for the looting. Now that you mention it, someone blocked my palace to prevent news from coming and leaving," Sun Junyao commented. That power was terrifying, so she had to use the strength from the palace, a supreme chaos artifact, to leave after killing Blood Dragon. She also sensed a battle in the distance with fluctuation that was the exact origin of the one blocking her palace. "That is how he operates," Xiao Tiandi sneered. "Well, I'm still not convinced," Sun Tong continued. She was not being difficult just for the sake of being unpleasant. Sun Tong has noticed the young master has formed a rivalry with a man named Wang Wei, which is not a bad thing. According to her speculation, this rivalry is one of the primary reasons the young master got his act together. However, she also noticed he tends to exaggerate Wang Wei's abilities and prowess. She doesn't want him to create a mythical version of his rival and become disappointed once he doesn't meet expectations. Sun Tong fears that such a realization will spiral into a situation where the young master returns to his former decadent self. The Lord's Shadow Technique is a worldwide famous technique from the Tao opening sect capable of cultivating powerful and loyal subordinates at a relatively low cost, Xianxia explained. Master made me fight an imprint who was a shadow, so I recognized that technique from the woman. Sun Tong frowned. Your friend should have just ascended, but that woman's strength reached the peak of the Empyrean realm. Wang Wei is already an everlasting Empyrean, and his cultivation is probably near the peak, Xianxia replied with a wry smile. Sun Tong was quiet. She thought her young master had exaggerated things, but he chose a true monster as his rival. She did not know whether this was good or bad, so she glanced at the palace lord, but it seemed the latter was thinking about something else. Master, what is our next step? Sun Junyao pondered. Since he's the one who protected me from the revenge of the parasites, I should return the favor. She decided not to compete for the resources in this place. However, I still need to get what's mine. Before his death, Blood Dragon sealed her access to his dimension. Although it was now in Sun Junyo's possession, she could not access all its wealth. We need to find one of Blood Dragon's descendants, Sun Junyao said. She had tried using his bloodline to access that dimension, which almost worked. However, Blood Dragon was truly petty and predicted her actions, thus leaving preventive measures. Now Sun Junyao will try another way. Copy his descendants' bloodline and use them to access that dimension. Let's go, Sun Junyao. She knew that the lustful blood dragon had a few children before proving the Tao, and luckily, one of them when he was an Empyrean. Her mission will have been accomplished as long as she gets her hands on one of them. Outside the palace, Wang Wei's team landed on the vast ocean supporting the Dragon Palace. They were less than 20 light years from the entrance, but this was just one step for people like them. However, an army of soldiers suddenly appeared, dressed in silver dragon armor. All trespassers will die, said the dragon army before pointing their spears toward the group. They were perfectly in sync, and the killing intent released by them showed they were well-trained and had seen blood. An army of emperors and empyreans? Commented the flesh demon. Well, given these people's resources, I shouldn't be surprised. Their weapons, it's all Empyrean artifacts, added the flame blacksmith. This army comprised at least 500,000 individuals, yet each held such a powerful weapon. Wang Wei frowned the moment he saw these people. Something feels wrong, Monk said. Indeed. Wang Wei nodded. Poison flesh, go test them out. The two demons did not hesitate before immediately attacking this army with all their strength. However, the devastating destruction that many anticipated did not appear. The army activated its formation, which gathered its power to condense two Dharma images above its heads that directly confronted the flesh and poison demons. The poison demons' poison was excellent for large-scale killing, so even with the Dharma image's effort, numerous soldiers died in the aftermath. However, as soon as one person dies, a light descends from the sky, and another solder replaces the missing one, ensuring the formation remains in peak shape. This is an illusion formation, said Jiaping, the second prince. His double pupil finally saw the truth. I was thinking there was no way for anyone to cultivate such an elite army, the puppet demon nodded. The world finally made sense to him. You're only saying this because of your ignorance, Monk said. He knew top lineages like the barbarian race or those overlords had large armies of Empyreans, let alone this one that consisted mainly of great emperors. The puppet demon looked at him before looking away. He couldn't beat this bastard, so there was no point in arguing with him and possibly suffering humiliation. It seems the people inside have activated the other formations to prevent us from entering, Dulgun commented. She shook her head. None of this would have happened had they been the first to enter. What now? Monk said before flicking his finger. He released an enormous force that instantly annihilated the two Dharma images and the entire army. However, as expected, they immediately recondensed. Even if we know this is an illusion formation, it does not mean we can escape. The enemy's purpose was probably to trap them here, and even force them to fight until exhaustion with these illusions. Additionally, even if they knew they were in an illusion, it did not mean that these soldiers' attacks were suddenly invalid to them. A Paragon tier array would not have such an apparent weakness. Jiaping, let me borrow your power, Wang Wei said calmly. No problem, Lord. Jia Ping's eyes suddenly returned to normal, while Wang Wei suddenly had the double pupil. Wang Wei did not waste time and immediately found a few operational flaws in this array and placed temporary seals on them. The soldiers suddenly became illusory before completely disappearing. However, the team did not have time to rejoice before something else attacked them. A terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, rendering them immobile. Then, countless void tears leading to heaven knows where appeared around them. The attraction from these tears was genuinely terrifying. This should be an exile array. Do something, or who knows where we'll be teleported to, Dulgun hurriedly said. These tears could lead anywhere, including some forbidden spaces in primordial chaos or the source chi space. Although rare, they could also directly lead to another chaos world. I'm on it, Monk said. His muscles trembled to release enough strength to break off from the restraints on him. Then, he manifested a colossal golden giant above his head. The giant palmed downward, releasing a terrifying pressure that closed all the tears. Everyone sighed in relief. It's not over, Wang Wei said calmly, bringing bad news to them. The sky above their heads suddenly turned dark, and everyone's faces turned pale. Their danger senses were activated, and a terrifying warning of death was constantly reverberating in their mind. This is... Wang Wei thought, noticing something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1286 Plunder, 3. That's the power of nothingness, Wang Wei thought. He focused, and as expected, that's the power he was familiar with. The Dragon Palace used nothingness to create this potent killing formation. If there were any other people involved, they might die or, at the minimum, be severely injured after dealing with such power. Unfortunately for them, they met Wang Wei. This is a great opportunity, Wang Wei realized. Nothingness-based formations are extremely rare because of the materials required and the fact that most array masters refuse to install them due to the danger. Unless they spent years studying it, most array masters are unfamiliar with this kind of power, meaning it's easy for them to make mistakes in the installation process. However, the slightest mistake also means their deaths and everything around them. By controlling that formation, I can gather enough nothingness power to condense my wheel and enter the battle taboo realm, Wang Wei analyzed with excitement. It seems my luck is on the uptake. As soon as Wang Wei had these thoughts, he paused as he realized something. Besides a few minor setbacks, my luck has constantly risen since my ascension. And after today's haul, after my training with the future wife, it should reach its peak. He squinted. After luck reaches its peak, there is only one way for it to go, down. In other words, Wang Wei can already predict that his life will not be so good once he's done training with Wu Hong. I must be ready, he thought. He realized that Supreme Unity was the only person who could truly make his life miserable. In other words, the latter should be making a significant move soon. A sense of urgency suddenly loomed over Wang Wei. However, he also understood this was not the time to be worrying. He no longer wasted time being distracted and summoned his nothingness wheel to control the upcoming power, allowing their team to navigate this killing array unharmed. He used nothingness for his flesh enlightenment? How crazy is this guy? Monk thought as he saw how Wang Wei dealt with the situation. The barbarian race is masters of body refiners, so they've tried a few times to walk the path of nothingness throughout their history. Unfortunately, everyone brave enough to use that concept, except for one, died tragically as their bodies, souls, and Tao were extinguished by the very power they had tried to control. The only survivor was an inextinguishable paragon who wanted to change his concept from eternity to nothingness. To that barbarian's credit, he made excellent achievements in the path of nothingness during his attempt. His achievements were even higher than Wang Wei. According to Wang Wei's division of the power nothingness, there are 4 stages: intangible, void, emptiness, and true nothingness. Wang Wei was currently at the peak of the void stage, and once he achieves taboo with this power, he'll enter the emptiness stage. That barbarian reached the peak of the emptiness stage. Sadly, he made the same mistake as everyone who tried to walk this path, trying to control true nothingness in one step. According to Wang Wei's recent speculations, Hell only achieved true nothingness after entering the half-step Transcendent realm. That barbarian did not understand this and almost died in his attempt to control true nothingness. Luckily, he was a wise man and controlled his greed. At the last moment, he abandoned this path despite it looking like he was so close. While Monk and Dulgun, the only ones who recognized Wang Wei's feat, were in awe of his actions and accomplishment, the latter finally led the team into the Dragon Palace. However, Monk learned an essential lesson from this experience. Only crazy people can become anomaly-level talents. There is no need for me to hesitate any longer, Monk thought. He listened to Wang Wei's suggestion that he may need to enter the taboo battle realm to be considered an anomaly, and he's been deducing a technique to do so. He succeeded with his Supreme Chaos Treasure, which helps people create techniques. However, only partially, since all his calculations said he would explode and die instead of increasing his fighting abilities. His wife, usually the voice of reason, convinced him to take things slow and not rush into trying this method. He agreed with her, but now, he decided to rush things by asking Wang Wei for advice. Although that would result in him releasing information about a technique that allowed someone to achieve taboo, he did not care. This technique is flawed, and he might never finish it without proper guidance. After entering the Dragon Palace, Wang Wei saw a small army of 1,000 men waiting for them. This army was the same as the illusion, except this one was real. No, they were more potent since they were all Empyreans. However, he did not want to waste more time, so he annihilated them with one staff smash. Now, he needed to ponder what their next step was. Wang Wei wanted to go directly to the central array hub to control the nothingness array. However, he knew this was not the best utilization of their manpower. Since he tasked Red Mask with a mission, he should trust her to succeed. We will divide from here, Wang Wei said. I'll go to the treasury to secure it. Monk, your task is controlling the alchemy room and the other professions. Capture these professions alive. We need them to work for us. Wang Wei was in desperate need of capable professionals, especially after today's event. The people from the Changing Fate Hall have amassed an absurd amount of resources, so there is the possibility they'll stop relying on the hall. At least, not for a couple 100,000 yuan epochs. Luckily, Wang Wei had predicted this and prepared. He sent his people to accompany these mercenaries. He tasked them to focus on taking finished products during the raid and leave the rare materials or resources to the hall members. He did this so these people would have no choice but to rely on the hall to turn these rare resources into finished products like pills, talismans, and artifacts. However, he also needed many professionals for his plans to work, so he targeted Blood Dragon's team. I can go with him, the Flame Blacksmith suggested. No problem, Wang Wei said. Dulgun, your task is the Spiritual Medicine Garden. Puppet Demon will be under your management. Jia Ping, your goal is the Blood Dragon's cultivation room. The second prince's eyes lit up as he realized the importance of such a find. Any places that a higher being like Paragon has cultivated for so long will be embedded with an incalculable amount of Tao rhymes, turning it into a cultivation holy land. Not to mention, there must be countless precious arrays in such a place to accelerate Blood Dragon's practice. Flesh and Poison Demon, your task is to find where the Blood Dragon kept his luck-condensing artifact. He might have kept it on him, so it's fine if you don't find it. Wang Wei was convinced that the Blood Dragon's personal dimension was in Sun Junyo's hands, so he did not search for it. The rest of you need to make as much noise as possible to distract and disperse their forces, Wang Wei continued. Especially you, Cursed Demon. Spread a nasty curse around to cause chaos. As you wish, boss. Wang Wei nodded. There were plenty more crucial areas in this place. For example, the library or the unique secret realms with rare resources or training experiences. However, these things could be left for later after securing these main areas and controlling the palace. The last thing he wanted was for the remains of the Blood Dragon people to destroy these areas out of spite and leave them with nothing. Wang Wei was about to disperse the group when he thought of something. He pointed at everyone and released a gray light into their bodies. You might encounter a Tier 12 creation life form, and this should send you away to safety. Wang Wei was not sure whether Blood Dragon had cultivated any Tier 12 creation creatures. It's possible since creations cannot disobey their creators. However, it's also possible the dragon was paranoid, and out of fear of being betrayed and having his power usurped, he never created any. After all, although creation life forms can't betray their master on their own, It's something else if someone intervenes. Although rare, it's not as rare as an Eternal's avatar, betraying them. All right, let's move, Wang Wei said before disappearing. He broke through countless spatial layers and a few dimensions before finding the treasury location. And as expected, there was a gatekeeper, which surprised him slightly. A Dao monarch, Wang Wei thought. And an insurgent. He was confused because this man did pose a threat to him, but it was very low. That can only mean he's using a paragon artifact to become an insurgent. Wang Wei focused. Although this kind of insurgent was the lowest level and many people do not even acknowledge their status, he would still take it seriously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1287 Plunder 4. Wang Wei looked at this middle-aged man with a subtle aura of demons and beasts. He was composed, as if he was confident in his abilities. This was odd since artifact insurgents were often looked down upon. So, Wang Wei had to wonder about this man's source of confidence. Who are you? Wang Wei asked. A dead man does not need to know my name. So it's Xianxia, Wang Wei added, having already divined this much information. However, his actions made this guardian frown. Wang Wei was a master at controlling a conversation's rhythm, so with this simple move, the advantage was already on his side. So, Xianxia, why are you so loyal? Wang Wei asked. Your oppressor is already dead. But instead of taking this opportunity to get some remuneration and running away, you're still doing his bidding. Why is that? What do you people know? This is only a temporary setback. Once the Lord returns, none of you can survive his wrath, Xianxia sneered. He will hunt all of you until the end of the earth. Wang Wei calmly looked at this man. Your threat is not as intimidating as you think. As long as these plunderers hide in the lawless zone, they'll be fine. Even if Blood Dragon returns, what can he do? With his terrible fighting ability and the rules of the lawless zone, he'll be useless even if he invaded with all his troops. Xianxia was immediately speechless. These words had some truths to them. The lawless zone rejected any form of intervention from the outside world, so these people might get away with it if they hide there. Not to mention that by the time he revives, there should be a few more paragons in this world, Wang Wei added, and Xianxia's face contorted. With all the resources plundered, he knew it was guaranteed that a few peak Empyreans would immediately attack the Paragon realm after they left. In the current political climate, one paragon is enough to disrupt the situation, especially if it's someone highly gifted in fighting or, worse, a boundless paragon. All these created a sense of urgency in Xianxia's mind. You still haven't answered my question, Wang Wei said. Why are you so loyal? The controlling method Blood Dragon used in your soul should have dissipated after his death, unless he went as far as using a Dao mark as the basis of the technique. But even if he did, his weakened state should be enough for you to take the risk of removing it. Why do you care? Xianxia snapped before summoning his paragon artifact, a bracelet. He activated it, transforming him into this golden ape with black armor, boxing gloves, and a terrible fighting intent. Xianxia had turned into a saint battle ape, one of the most powerful demon races in the eternal Ascension world. With hesitation, the ape punched Wang Wei. This was a simple punch, but it contained such a potent fighting intent that the surrounding space and time twisted. It was as if this battle-intense purpose was to fight anything between heaven and earth, including conceptual existences. I like to figure people out, and your actions haven't made sense to me yet, Wang Wei calmly responded as he evaded the punch. It seems that the fact that Blood Dragon allowed you to be one of the few Tier 12 cultivators in the world has twisted your psychology, somehow making you feel special. But is this enough to be this loyal? I don't think so. Wang Wei evaded millions of punches, and during the entire thing, his eyes never left Xianxia. The latter roared in anger and frustration before using even more potent battle techniques from the Saint Battle Ape clan. However, the result was the same. I see. Your loyalty is out of fear, Wang Wei continued. But is Blood Dragon so terrifying? A ripple suddenly emanated from Xianxia after hearing these words, and Wang Wei took this opportunity to read more about the latter's fate. So that's what happened. He once faked his death to catch all the people who wished to betray him, so this fear remains in your heart, Wang Wei nodded. He had to admit that his view of the dragon increased slightly after seeing how he put the fear of God into his subordinate after faking his death. "Shut up, you damn rebel!" Xianxia yelled before his fist turned golden, and he smashed down. Wang Wei calmly raised his staff to block that attack. It was so potent that he flew a few kilometers away before stopping. However, a smirk could be seen in the corner of his eyes. "It's done," he thought before suddenly condensing millions of runes that rushed into the Paragon array protecting the treasury. "No!" A woman's voice emanated from the formation area, followed by an intense energy fluctuation. Unfortunately, it was pointless as the runes sealed core areas and minor flaws in the formation. "What have you done?" roared Xianxia. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. Now that his main objective was accomplished, there was no point in wasting time with this bastard. He suddenly appeared before the ape and punched it in the stomach. Xianxia howled in pain. Then, to his horror, he swiftly transformed to his human shape. Wang Wei took the bracelet from him and observed it. An artifact with summoning and demon-controlling laws? Interesting. He realized the artifact's primary purpose was to collect powerful creatures to summon in battles while also transforming into them to acquire their bloodline abilities. However, Xianxia only had the ape inside, which showed how much trust the blood dragon had in him. "Such a precious artifact was wasted on you," Wang Wei shook his head. He was not saying that just because there was only one creature inside. The Saint Battle Apes were one of the most powerful demons in this world, especially in the previous era when one of the tribal sacred mountains' two primal paragons belonged to them. Whenever there was a conflict with the pre-March origin temple, this race was on the front line, tearing the enemy apart. Their achievements in body refining and fighting had reached the peak of the world. Xianxia probably never experienced more than 10,000 battles in his life, perhaps less after becoming a Dao monarch. How could such a person truly utilize the power of the Saint Battle Ape? Wang Wei put the bracelet away before looking at the treasure entrance. His eyes were not looking at the door but at this woman surrounded by runes. When he arrived, he noticed two presences, Xianxia and the array spirit of this treasury. In the lower dimension, due to the intense nature of competition and the zeitgeist of self-reliance, most world/cultivation systems do not use things like artifact/array spirit. Instead, those artifacts are given limited intelligence while focusing on increasing their overall attack potency. However, the upper dimensions have more room for leniency, so such methods are more common. Wang Wei was not surprised that this protective formation had a spirit that could control it. However, he also realized the danger of this spirit. It will be exponentially more challenging for him to forcefully break through the formation with a spirit controlling. More importantly, even if he did, the latter could destroy everything out of spite, and there would be nothing he could do about it. So Wang Wei had to lower her guard during his fight with Xianxia, find its weakness/flaw, and seal them. She is resisting so damn hard, Wang Wei thought while shaking his head. I should warn the others if they encounter a similar situation. He didn't want any of them to be careless and make him lose a substantial amount of resources. Wang Wei sent the news but immediately sensed something. One of the protective measures he left on his men was activated. His eyes penetrated countless dimensions, and he saw someone pursuing the second prince. A look of shock and anger flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he saw that person. He saw something that he thought was impossible. He saw a heaven will paragon. Great emperors who continue to absorb heaven's will to cultivate have their paths cut off since 99% die at Empyrean's immemorial tribulations. Despite this low possibility, many people still succeed and become heaven will Empyreans. This world is too vast, there are too many resources, and there are too many cultivators, thus making it possible to give birth to heaven will Empyreans. However, that's how far this path goes. None of them should be able to survive the Paragon tribulation. Damn it, that bastard blood dragon deserves to die by lynching, Wang Wei cursed. He knew what it would take to cultivate such an entity. The first was countless heaven wills, and the number was not just to develop someone to 90% Grand Dao source. No, Wang Wei could predict that this bastard had experimented with countless people before he succeeded. As such, the number of heaven wills wasted in such an experiment was astronomical. The second requirement for this plan to succeed was talent. Only an extremely talented individual whose Dao heart, mind state, and willpower had reached the peak would have a chance at surviving the Paragon tribulation. No person/group with a sane mind would waste such a talent and force them to walk the heaven-will path. But this bastard blood dragon did precisely that. Damn it, I want to revive this bastard to kill him again, Wang Wei said with gritted teeth. Such a talent would be considered a boundless paragon seed in any faction, but that dragon ruined it. As someone who loves talent, Wang Wei felt great pain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1288 Plunder, Finale. Unedited chapter. Jia Ping's pursuer was relentless. A shroud of darkness enveloped the man, allowing him to teleport at an alarming rate. Even with Wang Wei's power taking him away, it's apparent that Jia Ping will soon be captured. Shadow Dao? Wang Wei thought. Not just that. He's a member of the Shadow Clan. A sudden realization dawned on Wang Wei. The Shadow Clan is a unique race with a miserable history. Their clan is born from the shadow. They can be classified as the Spirit Clan since they are shadows that have gained form and sentience. However, unlike the Spirit Clan, whose awakening is random and has few numbers, the Shadow Clan had a unique world that gave birth to them. Besides their unparalleled ability to control Shadow Dao, the clan had one unique characteristic called ultimate allegiance. Once a Shadow Clan member surrenders to someone else, they will be loyal until death. More importantly, a Shadow Clan with a master is immune to 99% of methods that could force them to betray their masters. It's rare for an everlasting Empyrean's avatar to betray them, and methods to achieve such a feat are few in between. However, such methods that are usable against members of the Shadow Clan are even rarer. This ability made the Shadow Clan famous throughout the eternal Ascension world, but it almost led to their extinction. The Shadow Clan members became a commodity, resulting in countless people hunting them down to train them into their most loyal subordinates. The hunting was so severe that it almost resulted in the clan's extinction. Luckily, fate did not wholly abandon the Shadow Clan. In the middle of the Golden Era, their clan gave birth to an unparalleled genius called the Shadow Monarch. He became a peak boundless paragon at record speed and sheltered his clan. The man was relentless in saving and protecting his clan members. It did not matter who they were. He would attack them if they captured his clan members. That goes for the 13 overlords. Ultimately, the world had to compromise and leave the Shadow Clan alone. These top lineages did not care about the Shadow Monarch's fighting prowess, but they feared his hiding abilities. The man had escaped countless times under the hands of primal paragons, and once, he survived the attack of 3. The top lineages feared the Shadow Monarch would assassinate their top talents, so they compromised and left the Shadow Clan alone. However, the Shadow Monarch should have entered limbo after the ultimate taboo, again leaving his clan vulnerable. The Parasites attacked them, killing and capturing many branches. Luckily, the main branch had the means left by the Shadow Monarch and hid themselves from the world. With such a talent, he probably could have been the next Shadow Monarch, Wang Wei lamented with a sigh. Damn it, how stupid are these people? Can't they think for the long term? Even the overlords decided to leave the Shadow Clan alone, but they dared do this to their clan. How were they prepared to deal with the Shadow Monarch? Do they believe the 2 sons would protect them? Anyone with a bit of brain would not know that the Shadow Monarch will one day return, and given how the latter felt about his clan, the first thing he'll do is probably take revenge. Even if not for revenge, the Shadow Monarch must kill these people to establish his prestige. Otherwise, other people might start lusting after his clan again if he showed weakness. Wang Wei shook his head. He summoned 4 time clones before disappearing from his place. He did not immediately attack but waited for the right moment for a sneak attack. His intuition warned him that if that person hid himself, he wouldn't be able to find him in his current state. Wang Wei controlled the power that was protecting Jia Ping, giving the shadow the sense that it was running out. The latter pounced on the opportunity, trying to catch Jia Ping. Hey, race my chance, Wang Wei thought. The shadow had paused and materialized, allowing him to act. The 4 clones appeared around the shadow and placed their staff around his neck, forming a magic circle that instantly sealed him. Lord, Jia Ping said in relief. Go finish your mission, Wang Wei said. Yes, and thank you for your help. Jia Ping departed, and Wang Wei observed this shadow. If only I could convert him into my follower, he lamented. This was impossible. No matter his method, it won't work for this person. This shadow hasn't committed suicide because it still senses Blood Dragon's Tao mark. Once that is gone, it will also leave the mortal coil, following his lord. Wang Wei's eyes saw the shadow's Tao tree. The tree had 12 golden lights, starting from the root to the top, each light releasing an aura similar to Heaven's Will. Although it appeared that it only took 12 Heaven's Will to fill this tree, that is a lie. The first Heaven will light up the first 9 spots, and the 10th spot will release a slight yellow hue. The 10th spot will then turn golden after absorbing countless more Heaven Wills. Then, the cultivator will repeat the process for the 11th and 12th spot. Wang Wei frowned as he observed the Tao tree. My conjecture was right. This thing might be a transcendent path. Most people disdain the Heaven Will path, and with good reasons. However, they also fail to see the uniqueness of this path, and that's the utilization of the Heaven Will. What is the Heaven Will? It's a key that grants direct access to the Grand Tao Source. It allows Tier 9 cultivators to skip over 100 large cultivation realms and gain direct access to the Grand Tao Source, the origin of all laws, rules, and Taos in the Chaos Universe. Such power represents the direct authority of Grand Tao. Wang Wei once asked his Wu Hong whether paragons could create Heaven Wills, and she answered no. Many have tried, but none have succeeded, including her. He then asked whether paragons could provide cultivators direct access to the Grand Tao Source, bypassing the use of a Heaven Will. Wu Hong told him that only paragons who hold one of the 3,800 main positions have this power and can only give access to whatever Tao they cultivate. In other words, Wu Hong could only provide access to the sealing Grand Tao Source. Emperors cultivated in this manner are called vassal emperors because they are essentially slaves to the paragons who gave them the key. The Tao they cultivate is the Tao of that paragon, thus limiting their achievements. Vassal emperors are not popular in most chaos worlds because of possible disloyalty, and their training time is as long as regular emperors. Instead of wasting time on them, most position paragons would just use their Grandsmith wheel and train more creation life forms. Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Wei's mind as he observed and analyzed the Tao tree. The person who created this method has an extreme understanding of the Heaven Will. Wang Wei had 2 theories about the creator of the Heaven Will method. First, an emperor or empyrean created this method to bypass their lack of talent and reach a higher realm. The other is that a peak paragon created this method as their path to transcendence. This idea is that since the Heaven Will is an access key, they could access the core of the Grand Tao Source after absorbing enough of it. If someone could reach the core of the Grand Tao Source, that would mean they had the same level of authority as the Grand Tao, Wang Wei theorized. Such access should be enough to make someone step into the realm of transcendence. But even if it didn't, the creator could still absorb power from the core to nourish their body and soul, thus pushing their strength and maybe realm to another level. I have to say, it's an ingenious method, Wang Wei concluded. I don't know if this method is feasible, but it's worth researching, Wang Wei thought. This path of transcendence was worth researching once he reached the limit. Even if it's not possible, the idea is valuable. Wang Wei may not be able to enter the core of the Grand Tao Source as a paragon, but it should be a different story once he's a half-step transcendent and has some means of confronting Grand Tao directly. I can use true deception Tao with this Tao tree method to enter the core secretly and even steal some power from Grand Tao. This idea had plenty of applications for his future, so Wang Wei was excited. Gu Sun's deception Tao might have been a joke before Heavenly Tao and Grand Tao now, but after becoming half-step transcendent and transforming from a chess piece to a chess player, this Tao will be truly valuable. I should start preparing for deception Tao, Wang Wei thought. He plans to understand 100% of this Tao. However, Wang Wei also did not want to waste time slowly cultivating it. He thought that maybe half-step transcendent could easily understand the Grand Tao Source, so there was no need to rush. However, he needed to prepare just in case. Wang Wei had 2 plans for this problem. The first one is to search for another double pupil and use it himself to copy the deception Tao. However, such a method has too many restrictions, especially regarding how challenging it is to awaken the double pupil. So, he had to put his hope in the second plan. A project he called Tao Seed Planting. He'll find a talent and mold it into a genius that cultivates whatever Tao that he wishes. Then, when the time is right, he'll take their accomplished Tao fruit, allowing him to reach 100% Grand Tao Source. That's how he plans to cultivate his professional Tao and his sub-Taos like Destruction and Soul. Now, He only needs to add deception to the mix. Wang Wei sensed a message, so he checked. Red Mask finally took control of the central array hub? Excellent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1289 Spoils and Temptations. Wang Wei waved his hand to materialize a small screen with Red Mask's face. He smiled while asking, "Everything's done?" "Yes, Lord," Red Mask nodded. "I apologize it took so long." "No, you're not to blame." Wang Wei would never blame her for taking so long. On the contrary, he would praise her for succeeding in this mission. In the lower dimension, his Fate Shadow Guard had a deep foundation, so he was always strict with Wang Ju when she failed. However, in the upper dimension it was the opposite. Their foundation was weak, and any success in these challenging missions is proof of Red Mask's capabilities. "You did an excellent job this time," Wang Wei said with a smile. "From now on, you're truly Wang Ju's successor." Red Mask's body trembled after hearing these words as she understood the implications. From now on, Wang Wei will trust her more, give her more power, and more importantly, he'll be more forgiven. She doesn't have to constantly worry about losing her job and position. Of course, this doesn't mean she's worry-free and doesn't have to work hard. However, she can now breathe a little. "Thank you for believing in me," Red Mask bowed. "You've earned it," Wang Wei nodded. "Anything else to report?" "Two things," Red Mask continued. "When I controlled the palace, I noticed a group of people with Xiao Tiandi. They had just captured a few of the Blood Dragon's descendants. They tried to leave with an errand-breaking formation, but I've activated all the palace's formations and captured them." "This must be Sun Junyo's group," Wang Wei muttered. "Sir, what do you want me to do with them?" "Send their leader a message to set up a meeting, then let them go," Wang Wei said. "As you wish. What's the second thing you wanted to report?" "I've discovered a secret area of the Dragon Palace," Red Mask continued. "According to my analysis, it should be where Blood Dragon kept most of the information from his spy agency. However, that area has an independent array system and central hub, so we might need to use force to enter." "Not necessarily," Wang Wei replied. "Ask Sun Junyao for a few blood essences from the Blood Dragon. Then, use his bloodline to open these formations." "Very well," Red Mask nodded. "We are about to expand," Wang Wei continued. "Are you prepared?" "I am, sir," Red Mask responded. As soon as she knew the content of her mission, she understood the number of resources they were about to acquire, so she had already planned how to utilize them properly and expand the Fate Shadow Guards. "Good." Wang Wei nodded, very pleased. Red Mask was not only good at her job, she can also anticipate his next moves and prepare in advance. That only means that, slowly and steadily, she's approaching Wang Ju's level. After dismissing the communication, Wang Wei sent a message to everyone else to gather at the central hall once their missions were done before heading into the treasury. Wang Wei immediately salivated. The first thing he noticed was the number of resources below Tier 10. There were so many that even if he combined the resources from the lower dimension, it would only be a fraction of the ones in this treasury. That's truly absurd if you think about how many resources there are for Tier 9 and below across all 3,800 world communities. Wang Wei continued deep into this treasury, and he felt a sense of overwhelming greed seething in his mind. He had to pause, take a moment, and calm his rampaging mind. He understood that if he allowed this greed to influence him, he would take all these resources without sharing them with his men, leading to numerous problems. Although he could suppress his problems with his overwhelming strength, such an act would ruin his reputation among his men and, more importantly, destroy his plans to turn these people into his true followers. He would not do such a short-sighted thing. "I cannot use all these resources even if I wanted to. And as the leader, I control it and can use the most precious one, so why ruin my future for a temporary sense of satisfaction?" Wang Wei thought as he exhaled. "Plus, if this small amount of wealth is enough to influence my mind, then I would be disappointed in myself." Wang Wei opened his mind, and he was back to his original self. However, he frowned. "It seems my mind is not as perfect as I thought," he muttered. Wang Wei always knew he was greedy. His capitalist tendency to pursue the maximum profit in any situation has become a core aspect of his personality. However, he thought he had absolute control over his greed. But today's events prove him otherwise. It's time for me to cultivate my mind and temper my Dao heart, Wang Wei muttered. Maybe even update my ever-changing Dao heart. If I can experience the life of a man who controls all the wealth in the world and can give up that wealth, my mind should sublimate to another level. Wang Wei has been tempering his mind and Dao heart the natural way through a long life and experiencing things. However, this approach seemed insufficient, and he needed to take some steps. Wang Wei sighed. I have so much to do, but something tells me I don't have much time. He continued observing the things in the treasury, and as expected, there were so many rare things. Wang Wei knew he would not have to worry about resources for a long time. He also has some expectations for the other Parasites' treasury. After 30 minutes, Wang Wei left the treasury with a few things. The first was all the resources he needed to cultivate his body, soul, and willpower. During most of Wang Wei's cultivation journey, he never needed to worry about his soul and willpower. However, his body and Dao were about to catch up to those two things, meaning it was about time he emphasized cultivating them. He could wait until his body and Dao catch up to achieve perfect unity, but that approach would only delay him. Since he was confident in raising his other aspects to the peak, it's best to raise his soul and willpower to the limit and wait for them to catch up and achieve unity of the essence, spirit, and qi. The second thing that Wang Wei took from the treasury was all the Tier 11 longevity resources. He kept the Eternal Life Wood and the Second Life Pill, granting an additional 2 extra lives. With the one he had remaining, that's a total of 3. However, Wang Wei was not too excited about this since he had a feeling that these things might become useless after entering the taboo realm. These longevity resources might treat him as a paragon and become useless after achieving taboo strength. The good news is there were enough longevity resources to reward 3 of his most capable men: Monk, Dulgun, and Jia Ping. As for the flame blacksmith, Wang Wei will reward him with an innate purple flame, a heavenly flame born between heaven and earth, but the rank is Tier 12. As long as the flame blacksmith succeeds in refining this flame, his soul will enter paragon quantity, and his soul power will reach that level in quantity. Then, the blacksmith will become a talent capable of refining paragon tier artifacts while being an Empyrean. Such achievement will enhance his luck, allowing him to achieve white luck or come close to it. Of course, refining such a powerful flame is a risk. Under normal circumstances, Wang Wei would never have allowed such a thing. However, the flame blacksmith has the talent to succeed, and more importantly, Wang Wei now has enough resources to ensure his survival in case something occurs. I can't believe I found the path refining stone, Wang Wei thought with a smile. This thing could be said to be valuable while at the same time not so much. This thing had little effect on most cultivators who only pursue strength in eternal life. However, for someone like Wang Wei, who has a pursuit besides the basic one, this stone is valuable beyond words. That's because it allows him to experience the life of people on a similar path but with a different approach. For example, Wang Wei wants absolute freedom. But there are different ways to approach this goal. He chose the way of control. His way of achieving freedom is by controlling everything and even having the power to take others' freedom. However, someone else might have a different approach. They might want to detach themselves from the rules and just break free from their restraints without being a controlled freak like Wang Wei. With the stone, Wang Wei can experience the lives of these people on the same path as him, learn from them, and temper his mind, Dao heart and his path to freedom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1290 Devouring Cauldron, unedited chapter. Wang Wei returned to the throne room to wait for the others. As he sat there in boredom, looking at the luxurious room, he secretly complained that the people of this world loved thrones too much, forgetting he was the same. The concept of a great emperor, one being who stands above all other gods, demons, immortals, and Buddha and has transcended life and death, has been ingrained in the fabric of this world. Their existence has influenced all aspects of life, including culture and architecture. That's why kings or rulers of dynasties, kingdoms, and empires cannot call themselves emperors unless they've proved the Tao. That's why most cultivators tier 10 and above, even if not an emperor, will build a throne room in their residence. I wonder what her throne room is like, Wang Wei thought. thinking that his future wife's throne might be even more extravagant than this one. While Wang Wei was distracted, his people began to return, starting with the people whose mission was to divert the enemy's focus. Once everybody was here, Wang Wei finally regained his focus. He first glanced at Monk and the Flame Blacksmiths group since they brought a group of people, many with resolute looks on their faces. However, his attention was soon focused on the second prince, Jia Ping. The other was tasked with taking over Blood Dragon's cultivation room. So why did he bring a captured prisoner? Who is this? Wang Wei asked, looking at the handsome everlasting Empyrean with a devilish aura that would probably make many women lose their minds over him. Lord. He's a heavenly devil that cultivated Devouring Tao. As soon as he said these words, everyone focused on the handsome young man. They knew what these words represented. Devour/swallowing Tao is a potent but innately evil Tao. This world does not differentiate much between evil and righteous cultivators. After all, even the weakest great emperors have such a high karma resistance that it's pointless to care how many people they killed. As long as devil cultivators stay away from these top lineages, they can do whatever they please. The world is too vast, and there are plenty of places for them to do whatever they please. Due to this mindset, most cultivators will not care if someone cultivates Devour Tao. It's the opposite. Most people will recruit them since it is an outlaw Tao unless you're lucky enough to have cultivated it in certain worlds in the lower dimension. Of course, there is an exception to this world, when the devouring cultivator walks the path of the heavenly devil. Since ancient times, devouring cultivators have held most of the records for the fastest cultivation, and that statement holds throughout the Chaos universe. But why is that? After swallowing them, could they acquire a person's percentage of the Grand Tao source? No. Grand Tao would not leave such a loophole for them to exploit. Devouring cultivators don't have this ability until they've reached the peak of their Tao, and even then, there are some restrictions. Devouring cultivators can turn what they swallowed into the purest Tao rhymes, which can accelerate cultivation speed. These pure Tao rhymes may not be as good as merit, but they are better than most pills, and there are plenty of them as long as the heavenly devil continues to swallow emperors, empyreans, and even paragons. Could it be? Wang Wei asked. Yes, Jia Ping nodded. Blood Dragon kept him in captivity so he would refine Tao rhymes for him. This guy is truly useless, Wang Wei thought. With all these resources and advantages, the Blood Dragon's cultivation was still only 93% Grand Tao source. More importantly, he knows how to play with fire. Wang Wei only took a glance at this little devil to figure out the latter was slowly planning to swallow the Blood Dragon, and honestly, given how stupid the dragon was, Wang Wei believed the little devil might have succeeded. After all, his cultivation was the peak of the Empyrean realm. With how suspicious Blood Dragon was, it was a remarkable feat for him to convince him to reach such a level, probably with the promise of making more precious Tao rhymes with higher cultivation. Sir, what do we do with him? Asked the Curse Master. This little devil was a fantastic resource, and as long as he gets a small amount, his cultivation can increase. Give him to me, Wang Wei said. The devil flew into his hands, and as their eyes met, the heavenly devil's body trembled out of fear. He knew this man was not the idiot that was the Blood Dragon, and might be able to control him truly. Your instinct is correct, Wang Wei said as if he could read his mind. Wang Wei pointed his hands on his forehead, and the little devil started to fight back. Sadly, the seal put on him by the Blood Dragon was still active. Additionally, Jia Ping was careful and added his means of restraint. Wang Wei's power entered the devil's sea of consciousness and sealed all his memories, thoughts and emotions, leaving him in a cold and indifferent state, similar to a machine. Then, under Wang Wei's control and the shock of everyone in the room, the devil turned into a cauldron. For the last touch, Wang Wei changed his fate, giving him the duty of only producing Tao rhymes. Unless someone intervened and altered it, this would be his fate for the rest of his life. Wang Wei looked at the latter's emotions and memories and decided to keep it for now. In the future, he might allow the latter to enter the Paragon realm so that he could create better Tao rhymes. As for the cruelty of Wang Wei's actions, no one said or cared about it. On the contrary, they think Wang Wei's approach was brilliant. The cultivation world was cruel, and themes like survival of the fittest and cannibalism are mainstream. Additionally, the devil was not some innocent person. The fact he chose the path of the heavenly devil meant he was prepared to start a storm throughout the world by going on a killing/swallowing spree. We may need an array to boost his production speed, Wang Wei said to everyone else. Additionally, we need bodies to refine Dao rhymes. He paused briefly. This is what we'll do. You guys can hunt devil cultivators and attack the bases/allies of the parasites to gather materials. 60% of the Dao rhymes belong to me, and the rest is for you. The others did not mind the fact Wang Wei had the largest share. Things have always been this. The boss gets most of the resources, and others share the soup. The fact he was willing to give 40% was quite generous. Wang Wei looked at Wang Qi. Organize a group to look for tombs or places of mass sealing. Emperor's tombs are not actual places to bury the dead, but places to ensure an emperor can revive themselves without interference from their enemies. Not everyone has enough resources to provide a rapid revival, so most emperors will create isolated tombs to ensure their return. As for the seal places, many factions will seal themselves when encountering a catastrophe. As long as they wake up countless Yuan epochs later, the catastrophe might have passed, or their enemies might be dead or long forgotten about them. Wang Wei's target was those places since they usually had countless emperors and Dao ancestors. As long as we can capture these bodies before their consciousness awakens, they can be fed into this devouring cauldron to make Dao rhymes. I'll get it done, Wang Qi replied. He immediately sent a message to the Changing Fate Hall to create a new mission about finding tombs and sealed places. Wang Wei nodded in approval with his swift action. His focus then finally shifted to monk. These are the professions you wanted, but we refuse to serve anyone else, said a middle-aged man dressed in a red robe with cloud patterns. He had a severe expression, and his body emitted a faint aroma of herbs like most alchemists. You are? Wang Wei asked. Empyrean Cloud Flame, the middle-aged man responded. And as I said, we refuse to work for anyone else, even if it means our death. Wang Wei calmly looked at this man and the others. They were not joking. All these professions have already planted a command in their soul. As long as someone remotely gets close, it will detonate, killing them instantly. They are determined, Wang Wei thought. He knew that force was out of the question since he was not skilled enough in Soul Dao to prevent these people from killing themselves. Any of you can do anything about this situation? Wang Wei asked his men, but no one had a solution. Our barbarian race is an expert in ceremonial magic, Dulgun said. So, if you give me time and can trick them into the location, I might be able to stop them from killing themselves. How much time are we talking about? Wang Wei asked. Too much. Dulgun did not say a number since she knew it was too much. She only brought it up to raise her value in the eyes of the boss, not to provide an actual solution. I guess I'll have to sweet-talk them, Wang Wei thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1291 Kong's Contribution. I understand how you feel, Wang Wei said as he looked at this group. He raised his hands to stop them after noticing they were about to explode due to his words. Although I haven't lived a similar experience, I can understand, Wang Wei continued. You spent your entire life studying a profession, and after years of hard work and success, your status is noble and respected. No matter the place or time, alchemists or other professions are respected, and that's because the ratio of cultivators to professions is too low. The world is vast, and there are plenty of resources. However, no matter how many professionals there are, it will never be enough for the entire world. Even top lineages who can cultivate their own profession often feel they do not have enough. However, Wang Wei continued, just as you were about to reap the fruit of your labor, these parasites came into power. They took away your pride, status, and, more importantly, your dignity. They turned you into, well, to put it directly, into slaves. They controlled your lives, showed you no respect, did not pay you, and more importantly, cut off your path of progress. Am I right? The room was quiet. He was correct. That's how these people felt. That's why they would rather die than submit to someone else again. Empyrean Cloud Flame took a deep breath to calm down. What's the point of saying this? Are you trying to put salt in our wounds? Of course not, Wang Wei replied with a gentle smile. I'm telling you this to show you I understand how you feel and that I'm different from Blood Dragon. Our working relationship will be more of a cooperation. You'll work for me, but you'll also be compensated. I'll give you the dignity and respect you deserve. More importantly, you'll have your freedom, and I won't care where you live as long as the things I want are delivered in time. Wang Wei had a sincere smile, but Red Cloud would not buy it, so he said, "That sounds too good to be true. What's the downside? Where is the trick?" He looked Wang Wei in the eyes. "Might as well be direct and truthful because we have nothing else to lose. We have already considered ourselves dead." "You're being a little overdramatic," Wang Wei said calmly. "As for the downside? All I ask is you make my orders a priority." "In other words, you want us to work exclusively for you," Could Flame sneered. "Now you're twisting my words," Wang Wei said. "I said to prioritize my orders, not that you only take orders from me. Plus, I'm not asking you to work for me for the rest of your life. Our contract can have an expiring length, and after that date, based on our previous experience, you guys can decide whether to sign again." These professionals took a moment to consider. They have to admit that if Wang Wei was telling the truth, he did give them enough freedom and return power and dignity to them. "And what if we refuse to work with you?" Cloud Flame asked. His words brought everyone's attention to Wang Wei again. Simultaneously, these professionals were glad they chose him as a representative since he could ask the hard questions. "Nothing will happen. You can live if you don't want to work with me," Wang Wei replied calmly. "You expect me to believe that?" Red Cloud sneered. "What do you want me to say? Kill you? I don't need to do that since others will do it for me." "What do you mean by that?" Wang Wei looked at them calmly. "All of you are in this predicament because you were talented, but your background was weak. These parasites would not dare capture the professionals from these top lineages. They would instead secretly and openly assassinate them but not dare use them. After leaving this place, what do you think will happen to you guys? Talented professionals who have no potent background to protect you. You'll either die at the hands of the remnants of Blood Dragon, the other parasites will try to capture you again, or some other faction will once again lust after your talent. And you know they will not be as friendly to talk as me. Some of them will not care about whether you wish to die or not. To them, your death means their enemy will not become powerful, and their foundation will not deepen." The faces of these professionals turned ugly. They knew there were some truths behind Wang Wei's words. Many of them once belonged to another of the moons but were acquired by Blood Dragon through competition, gambling, and even direct kidnapping. They were treated as commodities, as a game to weaken the forces of the other moons. They were stuck in the alchemy hall not only because the Blood Dragon wished to control their lives but also to protect them from the others. Cloud Flame wanted to tell Wang Wei to stop using fear-mongering tactics but did not do so. His purpose as the elected representative of the group was to protect their interest, and knowing the truth they will face once they gain their freedom is in their best interest. "This is Wang Qi, one of my most trusted subordinates," Wang Wei said. "He has all the power to represent me. You can negotiate with him the nitty-gritty of the working contract. If you disagree with the final result, I'll give you some starting funds so you can leave and start your life in the outside elsewhere. For those who leave, my doors will forever be open if you choose to return. Come with me," Wang Qi said to the group, leading them to another room for the negotiation. As he was leaving, Wang Wei sent him a message through divine sense. "Use the fact in the Destined One and their hatred for the parasites to get more advantage in the negotiation. However, you can be more lenient regarding the length of the contract." Wang Wei knew what these people valued more than anything currently was their freedom, so he did not mind a short contract. As long as they sign, he can treat them better so they can sign again and eventually turn them into his men when he returns to the Dao opening sect. "Why are you here?" Wang Wei asked, looking at Red Mask. She should have been organizing Blood Dragon's information and spy agency. There's a space dragon in charge of the spy network, and he was causing chaos when we opened the vault. "Did he destroy the information?" Wang Wei asked with a frown. "I've acted swiftly, so he did not destroy anything valuable," Red Mask responded. "However, their headquarters is a mess. We'll take time to organize everything." Wang Wei looked in the distance and saw through their headquarters. The space dragon liked to keep the information on paper instead of recording jades or other storage means. To ensure nothing happened to these documents, the space dragon made these papers from his scale, making them extremely hard to destroy. The headquarters was now full of paper everywhere, and the Fate Shadow Guards were organizing it. Another waste of resources, Wang Wei thought. How valuable was dragon scale, and how easy was it to acquire? The dragon race has long known how valuable their scales were, so they've developed methods of shedding and using them for various reasons, including exchanging resources with other races. Although many dragons think such an act is beneath them, many others don't care so much, especially in desperate times. You should not have come here just because of the chaos, Wang Wei said. No, my lord, we've found something important, and I wanted to report it immediately, Red Mask responded before showing Wang Wei a blueprint. A pillar? Wang Wei first thought before looking at it closely. So that's why the world is not full of resentments. These parasites have built these pillars in their territories that can transform the resentment between heaven and earth. But since when were they so capable? Wang Wei finished reading this blueprint and realized something. The core of this blueprint is transformation. The transformation of resentment into something beneficial to heaven and earth. Such brilliant methods would require a deep mastery of transformation Tao. This is Emperor Kong's work. As astute as always, my lord, Red Mask praised. According to the information gathered, Emperor Kong offered this method to the parasites. He probably used this to convince them to reopen the academies under his leadership. Heroes truly rise during adverse times, Wang Wei sighed. Is Emperor Kong a hero? It depends on what perspective his actions are observed. The resentments of all sentient beings should have slowly eroded the chi luck of all these parasites, and by washing them away, Emperor Kong essentially prolonged the reign of the parasites. However, such large-scale resentment is not good for the eternal Ascension world. If it were not dealt with, there would be more cultivators with heart demon, and people would be more impulsive, resulting in countless more killings worldwide. So, Emperor Kong's actions could be said to have saved trillions of lives. I remember I had a meeting with Emperor Kong, Wang Wei thought. After everything that has happened, it's very likely for the latter to cancel it. So he decided to send another invite. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1292 Aftermath. Unedited chapter. Anything else to report? Wang Wei asked. Nothing for now, Red Mask replied. All right, Wang Wei nodded before looking at Monk. What's the current situation of the profession hall? There were not as many resources as expected, Monk replied. It seems Blood Dragon controlled these people strictly. However, I discovered countless heavenly flames available for them to use. Additionally, Blood Dragon once refined a paragon soul into a formation to provide enough soul power for their work. No wonder these people were determined, Wang Wei commented. He could predict the working situations of these professionals. Blood Dragon forced them to work for countless Yuan epochs without rest, using the soul formation to replenish their soul power and spirit instead of taking a break. I'm surprised these people did not break sooner, Wang Wei commented. There is a reason for that. Oh, have you heard of the Tao Path tablet? Wang Wei took a moment to remember. You mean the luck condensing artifact from the Skill Tao Association? The one that contains the explanation of all professional Taos from 0% to 100%? That's correct, Monk nodded. These parasites took it for themselves and have agreed to share it on a time basis. These professionals endured for so long just for an opportunity to use that thing. Tell me it was our turn, and this thing is in our possessions, Wang Wei quickly asked. Unfortunately, no, Monk broke his dreams. Blood Dragon went through a lot of effort to make a copy, but it only goes until 89% or the peak of Empyrean. What a shame, Wang Wei sighed. Boss, even if the real thing was here, would you dare take it? Monk asked. You should know what Skill Tao Association will do to retrieve this item once their ancestors return. Why wouldn't I take it? I'm not the one who stole it in the first place, Wang Wei replied. Of course, it's another question of whether to keep it. Such an item is enough to start a Tao war between two overlords. I figure you would say that, Monk chuckled. We must get our hands on that thing, Dulgun said with a severe face. Of course, Monk nodded. Blood Dragon might not be able to copy it fully, but the Barbarian clan and the Tao opening sect should have no issue. This was a supreme artifact used to cultivate professionals. Although many top lineages have their methods of cultivating professionals, they are not as good as the Skill Dao Association or the Origin Seal Continent. However, the latter is not so good at training professionals as they are excellent at teaching runes, which is the foundation of these professions. If the barbarian race and the Dao opening sect can get their hands on that artifact and copy it, their lineage's overall foundation will drastically improve. This is indeed a once-in-lifetime opportunity, Wang Wei thought. Under normal circumstances, the Skill Dao Association would never allow such an artifact to leave their sight. Truth be told, Wang Wei did not believe the Parasites could force the association to hand over such an artifact. They would rather fight and perish with those bastards than hand it over. The only way they could have succeeded is if the two sons intervened, or one of the Parasites, probably Time Eater, used the name of the two sons to force the association to hand over the artifact. Do you know whose turn it is? Wang Wei asked. The Earth Emperor, Monk replied. That's what the professionals told him. Should he be my next target? Wang Wei thought. However, he soon gave up that idea. His next target must be chosen after years of gathering information, analysis, and maybe even waiting for an opportunity. Put a little more emphasis on the Great Chu Divine Dynasty, Wang Wei ordered Red Mask. The current situation should have everyone on edge, so lie low and be less aggressive until their nerves are no longer tense. I understand. Anything else? Wang Wei asked Monk, but he shook his head. So he focused on his wife. What's the situation of the spiritual herb garden? I've never seen an entire garden made of primordial chaos soil, Dulgun sighed. However, despite her words, Wang Wei was not surprised. He knew these parasites had amassed too many resources, most of which were wasted. So, he was not surprised Blood Dragon had access to the rare primordial chaos soil, capable of growing anything. That is good news, Wang Wei nodded. Emperor tier and above spiritual herbs have different requirements for soil, nourishment, environment, and even growing time. As such, raising these magical herbs usually takes time and a great deal of expertise. However, primordial chaos soil removed most of these hassles. It can grow 99% of herbs without worrying about the environment. It can draw nutrients directly from the source chi space or the Grand Dao source to nourish the herbs, and lastly, it can significantly accelerate the maturing time. Yes, Dulgun. Additionally, the garden has also birthed its own plant spirit, which also greatly enhanced the maturing time of the herbs. So, it's a top spiritual garden, Wang Wei said. Does it have its own time acceleration formation? It does, Dulgun nodded. Better yet, it also has a good fortune array and a supreme wood array to aid it. Is the garden naturally made? For a moment, Wang Wei thought the thing might have been some kind of supreme chaos artifact. No, artificially, Dulgun replied. She also had the same idea as Wang Wei and checked, but she realized the thing was the result of Blood Dragon's hard work and effort. I see, Wang Wei nodded. Anything else? The Blood Dragon planted a lot of blood face flower, Dulgun reported. Wang Wei frowned. Blood face flower was something used by innate creatures and demons to accelerate their bloodline development. However, this thing should have been useless to the Blood Dragon since his bloodline had matured by the time he had proven the Dao. So, unless he had acquired a unique bloodline on par with fiend gods or a supreme chaos bloodline, it would have been useless for him to use this flower. However, Wang Wei remembered one of the minor effects of this blood face flower. Increased physical strength. As long as someone has a decent enough bloodline, they can continue to take this flower and improve the strength of their physical bodies. So this bastard was afraid of the pain of true body refining, so he decided to take the easy way out, Wang Wei commented. It's possible for someone to have the physical strength of an Empyrean or a Paragon without being a part of the true power Dao realm. Most likely, Dulgun nodded. Well, it doesn't matter now, Wang Wei said. The blood face flower was perfect for his human fiend god bloodline. Once this mess is finished and he retreats, he has more confidence to cultivate his body to a higher level with the fastest speed possible. I think that's it for now, Wang Wei announced. The aftermath of today's operation was far from over. After all, Blood Dragon controlled millions of worlds, and the resources available to him have not been counted and categorized yet. However, this kind of work is for Wang Qi and his managerial team. All of you have done a great job in this operation, and you'll be rewarded, Wang Wei continued. However, You have to wait for a few days until Wang Qi categorizes everything. In the meantime, you can try to convert Blood Dragon's people into our own. The ones who agree can be integrated, but you can feed the rest to the Devouring Cauldron. Wang Wei paused briefly after saying this. Everyone is dismissed except for Monk, Dullgun, Jia Ping, and Flame Blacksmith. These words should have ended this meeting, but Puppet Demon, who was gritting his teeth in the corner, suddenly spoke up. Sir, I have something I want to report. Oh. I'm listening, Wang Wei said. With enough resources, I can build a puppet army on par with the army we saw in the illusion, Puppet Demon announced. They will be fully armored, powerful, have no feelings, and can be extremely useful after teaching them a powerful enough array. More importantly, they will take less time to be built. That's a bold statement, Wang Wei said with squinting eyes. I've thought of a new method, sir, Puppet Demon. With enough professionals at my side, we can build the puppets with a standard size. Then, we'll create different parts before assembling them. With this method, our efficiency will increase exponentially. Did he just create the cultivation version of the assembly line? Wang Wei thought, looking at the Puppet Demon strangely. When did this guy get so smart? Wang Wei looked at him and realized what had happened. This guy felt the pressure. He realized Wang Wei mostly valued Monk and the others, while the others were just pawned. Feeling the pressure, the Puppet Demon thought of this way to make himself valuable and enter the inner circle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1293 Puppet Method. And, I apologize in advance. This chapter was supposed to be short and brief about the puppet method, but I just went on a tangent and could not stop writing. Things should speed up from now on. Come with me, Wang Wei said to the Puppet Demon, an act which made the former demonic leader excited. Meanwhile, the other looked at him with envy. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of urgency. Their boss did not hide his high regard for Monk and a few group members. However, after today, they realized that there was an inner group among their team, and the requirement to enter was to be valuable. Zhou Bo, the former leader of the Grand Mist Gang, clenched his hands as he watched the Puppet Demon walk away to another room with the leader and the others. His eyes shifted to the corner to glance at the Bloodline Gang leader, and the killing intent in his eyes almost leaked. If I can pass that tribulation and become an everlasting Empyrean, I'll not only be able to kill that bastard, but he'll also be like the Puppet Demon. A resolute look flashed in his eyes. Zhou Bo was not the only one thinking about how to enter the inner circle. After what the Puppet Demon did, everyone had the same thought, the same ambition. Wang Wei sensed the changes in these people's moods with his divine sense. He seldom does anything randomly, so his actions of leaving Monk and his group behind were done purposely to motivate these people. He needed to establish a hierarchy and force these people to compete for better resources and his approval. Such a tactic was Management 101, and he used it brilliantly. The Puppet Demon's action was unexpected, but it helped his actions. After all, these people saw how the Puppet Demon made an outstanding achievement and was invited into the inner circle. What better way to light a fire under these people than seeing someone who was once on the same level as them rise to the top and acquire privileges they could only dream of? Wang Wei found a quiet room, and everybody sat opposite each other. He did not serve tea or anything like this and went directly to the business. Tell me more about your idea. The Puppet Demon exhaled. He came up with his idea on the spot, and he took significant risks by presenting it to Wang Wei. However, he was now a fired arrow, and there was no turning back. During the short walk from the throne room, he refined his idea but did not think it was enough. Fuck it. Let's just wing it, Puppet Demon said before using the energy between heaven and earth to draw a diagram. It's like this. He explained his thoughts while designing this new kind of puppet. Luckily for him, the Flame Blacksmith was interested in his idea, and he had some accomplishments in puppetry, so they discussed and refined this idea. The Puppet Demon's idea was the Cultivation world's version of an assembly line. He divided the puppets into 5 parts: head, torso, upper limbs, lower limbs, and core. All the parts will have a standard of refinements, allowing them to be assembled to create the finished product. This method drastically reduced the refining process since the puppet master does not need to refine the entire thing, just a part. The puppet demon's idea was great but also encountered a few problems. Two primary ways for professionals to refine their products were direct baptism or rune resonance. Direct baptism requires the professional to deeply understand whatever Tao they will infuse in their creation. For example, if a refiner had to refine a fire sword and had a deep enough comprehension of Fire Grand Tao Source, they could directly nourish the refined artifact with Fire Grand Tao Source. Rune resonance, the more universal approach, allowed professionals to use Taos with whom they have no understanding or relationship. However, the study of runes is no less complex than directly comprehending a Grand Tao Source. The puppet demon's method cannot use direct baptism to make the puppets, as that would require utilizing professionals who have comprehended the same Tao. However, there were also problems with using rune resonance. Soul power/spiritual power is used to engrave runes. However, refining is deeply personal, meaning every professional is different, making their soul power different. They have different compositions, strengths, weaknesses, frequencies, and even ideals and goals that will affect the nature of a person's soul power. Due to the difference in soul power, the inscribed runes on the puppet parts will also differ, resulting in their incompatibility and conflict. This made putting them together in the final stages impossible. However, Flame Blacksmith easily solved this problem, suggesting using arrays to purify the refiner's soul power and ensure they had the same soul frequency. This problem was solved without an issue, but another arose, and it was in the same area of compatibility. Refiners have different skills regarding rune engravement. If the rune in the puppet's arm is way better than the one in its arm, the final fusion will also fall apart. Wang Wei did not waste time and pointed out the crux of this idea: standardization. Everything must be of the same standard: the puppet's body parts, the soul power used to engrave the runes, and the skill of the refiner. Only with this approach will they achieve their objectives of manufacturing these puppets at a record speed. Flame Blacksmith frowned after seeing the final result. This method can indeed drastically increase the speed of manufacturing puppets, but their strength will be average. The standards they've created cannot be too high, and most puppet masters or refiners will not meet the standards. Additionally, most refiners are prideful and would disdain doing such soulless work. Wang Wei heard his words but did not immediately comment. What do you guys think? I think speed is the key to this idea, Monk commented. Sacrificing power for speed and a large quantity. He realized the value of such a method, especially for top lineages with many professionals. This was a method to increase the war prowess of any faction. As for the blacksmith's comment about professional pride and soulless work, Monk and the others do not care. They understood that professionals value wealth as much as everyone else, so most will do this kind of work as long as they are paid sufficiently. The question is, how much should we invest in this new method? Jia Ping added. From what I understand, we have just acquired a bunch of talented puppet masters. One puppet they make might be worth hundreds, maybe 1,000 of these fastly produced puppets, albeit it takes much longer to make. So, should we focus on making elite or ordinary puppets? That is a fair point, Monk nodded. Although he supported this idea and cannot wait to integrate it into the Barbarian Clan's foundation, that's something for the future. In the current situation, the cost-effectiveness of this method is worth discussing. After hearing this, the puppet demon was instantly worried. The value of his idea will determine his future in this group, meaning it would be a significant blow to his future if the leader decided this idea was not currently applicable. The answer to our problem is right in our face, Wang Wei finally spoke. The puppets are ordinary, meaning the skill requirements to create them are also ordinary. We can take ordinary emperors or empyreans with above-average souls and refining talents and teach them this method. They only need to remember how to refine less than a dozen ores and memorize a few hundred runes before they can make these puppets. Most of the people in the room were smart, so they understood the implications behind these words. Better yet, Dulgun added, we can hire the refiners with low aptitude. Many professionals in the world can only refine a few products, which takes too long, and their success rate is abysmal. They have the foundation, and will only need minimal training, Dulgun continued. Exactly, Wang Wei nodded. In the past, these lesser professionals could still make a livelihood through the Skill Dao Association, but now. The Flame Blacksmith shook his head. That only means hiring them at a lower price will be easier, Jia Ping added. Everyone agreed. I have a question, Wang Wei continued, looking at the puppet demon and the flame blacksmith. The final assembly of the puppet parts requires an emperor, correct? If you're making a tier 10 puppet, yes, blacksmith replied. Is it possible for someone in tier 9 and lower to do it? I mean with training and assistance from arrays and so? The non-professional's eyes lit up. The cost of these puppets would further decrease if that were possible. It's possible, the flame blacksmith responded. The last assembly does not require much skill, so depending on the cultivation systems, a quasi-emperor should be able to handle it after the necessary training and assistance from arrays. That's good news, Wang Wei said with a smile. He then looked at the puppet demon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1294 Recycle. Wang Wei was puzzled how someone like the puppet demon was capable of such an idea. It's apparent from his performance that he suddenly thought of this, meaning such a level of ability was beyond his norms. It's perfectly possible for him to suddenly have an excellent idea, Wang Wei thought. My suspicion is mainly because his idea involves puppets. I've been planning for so long to train Kai Song into the ultimate war machine, and this puppet demon suddenly had an idea that could eventually help in that cause? It was too suspicious. So suspicious that Wang Wei suddenly believes that his future self might have implanted this idea into the puppet demon's head to lay down a foundation for Kai Song's eventual rise. Wang Wei sighed. Ultimately, it did not matter. The puppet demon's value had drastically increased, and one day, he might become Kai Song's right-hand man. You did a great job, Wang Wei praised. Thank you, Lord, and I couldn't have done it without blacksmith. I just helped a little. The blacksmith had his pride, so he would not take or share credit for something like that. You'll be in charge of this operation, Wang Wei said, cutting them off. You'll have all the necessary resources, but you shouldn't neglect your training. I'll reward you with a few tier 12 ores for you to make your puppet core. The puppet demon's eyes lit up. Building a tier 12 core? Well, his skills were not enough for something like this. However, he could build the best tier 11 core, and as long as he enters the next rank, his core will also evolve. Thank you for the reward, Lord. Wang Wei nodded. All of you have contributed greatly to this operation, so I'll also reward you. He gave them the longevity resources, along with the heavenly flame. Everyone thanked him. After all, who wouldn't want an extra life? However, the flame blacksmith had a hesitant look. Is something wrong? Wang Wei asked. I don't think I deserve such a high reward, flame blacksmith. Those were his genuine thoughts. He did not help much with the defensive arrays outside or the other arrays after they entered. It was Monk who killed everyone in their path and subdued all the resistances in the professional halls. As such, flame blacksmith felt he did not do anything to deserve such a reward. Just your help with puppet demon's idea is worth the reward, Wang Wei said. Plus, I have a mission for you. If you feel you haven't earned this reward, use this opportunity to compensate for it. Oh, you'll be in charge of these professionals, Wang Wei ordered. I need you to monitor their state while also creating an environment for them to feel a sense of belonging to our cause. Can you do it? I'll do my best, Flame Blacksmith nodded. That's all I ask for, Wang Wei nodded before summoning the sealed Shadow Clan, showing it to everyone. What an absolute waste of resources, Monk said. He figured out the same thing as Wang Wei, knowing the circumstances of giving birth to a Heavenwell Paragon. This should be a crime, Dulgun added. Jia Ping had a pained look on his face. Even at their prime, his dynasty might not have the resources to do something so atrocious. The puppet demon was confused but kept calm as if he knew what was happening. Meanwhile, the flame blacksmith shook his head and said, I thought Heavenwell pills were already the most wasteful things in the world, but this is another level. The alchemists of the Eternal Ascension world have explored using heaven wills to make pills. The most famous was the Pure Source pill, which can allow a great emperor to instantly increase their cultivation by 20% without any side effects. Although this pill is only helpful for people with cultivation below 50%, it is indeed precious. However, this pill requires a minimum of 10,000 heaven wills and an Empyrean alchemist. No sect or faction is willing to waste the potential birth of 10,000 great emperors to help one great emperor drastically increase their cultivation, so this pill rarely happens. As for its counterparts for empyreans and paragons, the former exists, but the latter is only a rumor. I had the same reaction, Wang Wei sighed before focusing on Dulgun. Is there a way you could recycle some of heaven wills from the truth? Wang Wei had a few methods he could try, but based on his calculations, the final result would be abysmal. He could probably only recuperate less than 100 heaven wills. He was unsatisfied with this number. Our clan has a ceremony that can reverse cause and effect, Dulgun replied after mulling it over briefly. The ceremony should be able to recycle 10% of the heaven will used. Wang Wei pondered. This number looked small but exponentially higher than his measly 100. But, of course, Wang Wei wanted more. Could it be higher? If I can study more about heaven wills and Dao trees, and with the help of your Dao, we might be able to raise the percentage by another 15 to 20%, Dulgun analyzed. However, she glanced at her husband but did not finish her line of thought. Wang Wei understood her meaning. She would need a significant amount of knowledge on these topics if this plan were to succeed. However, this couple was in a similar situation to his. They were in exile to protect themselves from the Parasites, and now that they've joined Wang Wei, they also wanted to distance themselves from their clan to give them plausible deniability in case everything went sideways. The couple would need to contact their clan to acquire the knowledge required for this plan, and doing so is dangerous since they might leave clues. Not to mention that the world was now in a sensitive situation after Blood Dragon's death. They must be careful before deciding whether to contact their clans. I understand your worry. But don't worry. I have a way to get the knowledge you need, Wang Wei reassured. However, his words only made Dulgun frown. Lord, you should understand that Blood Dragon is new rich. Even if he had studied heaven's wills, his accumulation is nothing compared to our lineages. Unless you're thinking of contacting your sect. Monk frowned. This task might become complicated if the boss had to risk contacting his sect while he and his wife evaded the responsibility and did not do the same. I'm not talking about the Dao opening sect, Wang Wei replied. However, his words were not reassuring. Then from where? Dulgun asked. I'm not trying to pry, but if the knowledge is subpar, it will be useless. Don't worry, Wang Wei reassured with a smile. This person should have the greatest library in the world. Those are bold words, Dulgun thought. However, she did not believe Wang Wei was the kind of person to brag without any substance to back it up. However, she could not think of someone who can confidently say they have the world's most fantastic library. The Myriad Temple of Records, before it was shut down by these parasites, held copies of all the cultivation systems in the Eternal Ascension world. However, such a library still could not be considered the greatest in the world since it only contains cultivation techniques. Most top lineages will have a much grander library than the temple. Dulgun shook her head. Since she could not think of it, there was no point in overthinking. She had to believe in Wang Wei's words. Then it's settled, Wang Wei said as he handed her the seal. He did not mind their skepticism. However, he was not bragging. His future wife's Dao involved knowledge, so he does not doubt she has the most fabulous library in the world. Just thinking about it made him excited. Well, that's it for now, Wang Wei said to the team. There was nothing else for them, so he dismissed everybody. However, he also warned them not to let this victory get into their heads since they had a long way to go, especially since this victory resulted from someone else's work. He also warned them to use the resources available to increase their strength as much as possible. Wang Wei already predicted that supreme unity is about to move, and a significant storm is about to envelop the world. Their team was powerful but far from enough to ensure everyone's safety in the upcoming chaos. Everybody left, but Monk stayed. Is everything all right? Wang Wei asked. Yes, Monk nodded. I have a technique that I want your opinion on. Monk condensed a talisman that flew into Wang Wei's hands. With a cursory glance, Wang Wei could tell this was a technique to enter the battle taboo realm. He expected this since he noticed Monk was slightly obsessed with Jia Ping's talent classification. Wang Wei read the entire thing. The technique was a prototype and needed to be perfected, but the overall outline and purpose were already created. However, once he finished, his first words were, "Were you trying to kill yourself?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1295 First Meeting. Monk was not surprised by these words. He wanted to enter the battle taboo realm, and since that involved achieving paragon strength, he thought of using his clone ability. He would use countless resources to condense a paragon tier clone before condensing it into a giant heart to absorb. The idea is sound and foolproof. The giant heart should push Monk's strength to the level of paragon. However, after creating this technique, he realized his method was wrong. The final result of fusing with that heart will be his death through explosion. His body cannot bear the power/energy of that heart. He would need to open the gate of flesh to bear its power, but doing so would contradict his desire to enter the battle taboo realm. So, what do you think? Monk asked. You're missing the crux of entering the battle realm, Wang Wei said, thinking how to explain his thoughts best. From the Emperor to the Paragon realm, a cultivator will experience 3 extreme life transitions, each more potent than the other. The difference between the second, Empyrean, and third transition Paragon is exceptionally vast, and the process of entering the battle taboo realm is an attempt for a second transition life form to have the strength of a third transition life form. The process does not involve absorbing power or energy from the third transition, but expanding the container of the second transition life form without experiencing the third transition. Expand the container, Monk muttered. But how to expand it? Simply training the body or the soul won't do much since those have limits. He paused as he suddenly thought of something. It seems you've figured it out, Wang Wei said. Existence. Exactly, Wang Wei nodded. What your technique needs is a way for you to add the giant attribute to your existence, and in the process, expand your container so that you can absorb the giant heart and acquire strength on par with a paragon. I see, Monk nodded. Now that he had a way forward, Monk had some confidence in finishing this technique. As a body refiner, it may appear that he knew nothing about existence, but that was far from the truth. After opening the gate of power, all true Power Dao realm cultivators will have the characteristic indestructible added to their existence. In the process, they also gain some understanding of this thing. With this foundation, Monk now had a direction to work toward. Thank you very much. No problem, Wang Wei nodded. He could see that Monk was excited to explore this new idea, so he dismissed him. However, Wang Wei did not grant him any of his experiences of achieving taboo. It was not because the perfect foundation was too valuable. He could have separated some of the parts pertaining to Monk from that technique to share them with him. Wang Wei was also not jealous or fearful that Monk would grow more powerful than him. He did so only because he wanted to test the barbarian clan's foundation. The only way for Monk to complete this technique is to gain access to some deep and rare knowledge about existence, so he must contact his clan. Based on the result, Wang Wei will have a fairer analysis of this top lineage's ability and judge their values as a future ally. Wang Wei was confident he would achieve half-step Transcendent, meaning the Dao opening sect would become a Transcendent lineage. Eventually, he will have to judge his allies and enemies based on whether they can keep up with him or will be sidelined or, worse, become useless. Don't become too obsessed with this technique and forget to cultivate, Wang Wei warned the departing monk. The future leader of the barbarian clan had reached the 10th heaven of the adult fiend god realm, but his will-body fusion was only advanced and not perfected. Wang Wei did not want him to neglect his cultivation and be distracted. I want, Monk said from a distance. Time passed, and a week later, Wang Wei met with Wang Qi again. The negotiation with the professionals finally ended, and it was time for Wang Wei to sign the contract. He looked at the results and nodded. The overall conditions met and exceeded his expectations, except for the duration. 1,000 yuan epoch, Wang Wei muttered. I knew it would be little, but not so little. I tried my best, but these people were adamant about not being restricted for too long, Wang Qi said. Wang Wei pondered. You said they all wanted a few million years as a vacation before starting to work? Yes. Good, Wang Wei sneered. It'll change their fate to have bad luck during the vacation. They should then understand how cruel the world has become. Wouldn't that be too obvious? Wang Qi asked. You're underestimating me, Wang Wei replied. Things will happen inconspicuously and naturally since he'll be using his fate Dao. Plus, he won't do it to all of them so as not to raise eyebrows. On the contrary, he'll grant blessings to some of them. The ones with bad luck will realize the need for a towering tree to protect them, while the ones with good luck will be weary of suffering the same fate as their counterparts. That's fine, Wang Qi nodded. What about the people who refused to join? Not all the professionals agreed to work for them. In fact, a significant number of them wanted their freedom at all costs. Leave them be. Wang Wei will also give them the same treatment, but he won't do anything extra. His goal is to get these people to change their minds. If they don't, it won't affect him that much. Wang Wei signed the contract. Then he held a banquet for these professionals, living up to his words of treating them with respect and dignity. Once that was done, Wang Wei was free since Red Mask was still organizing the documents. Wang Wei stood in his room, looking into the distance. Some things must be faced head-on, he muttered before drawing a talisman in the air that broke the void. He received a response a few minutes later, so he changed his clothes into a more regal purple and gold robe with a black crown that tied his hair and a white belt around his waist. Once he was ready, he created a portal before him and waited until he felt it was connected on the other side before walking through it. As he walked through the door, he saw a beautiful woman dressed in a simple white dress. There was nothing extravagant about this dress, not even any accessories except for a silver ring on her right index finger, but such simplicity perfectly matched her beauty. Her long black hair dripped down her back. The contrast with her white clothes made her appear as the embodiment of yin and yang. Wang Wei was momentarily lost in her eyes. Wu Hong had worn white dresses before, but her aura was completely different than now. It was hard for her to hide her domineering presence, so even when she chose an aesthetic of purity, there was always a subtle hint of power and nobility. However, today, Wang Wei saw her in the ultimate form of purity. I wonder, who do you see? Sun Junyao asked in her soft and angelic voice. Wang Wei finally woke up and honestly looked at her. It seems this question is very important to you. It is, Sun Junyao answered honestly. With this brief exchange, Wang Wei figured out plenty about what kind of person she was. So he sighed and replied, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Sun Junyao frowned. You have someone else in your heart? I do. That is indeed disappointing. She did not fall in love with Wang Wei at first sight. She'd been looking forward to their meeting because she hoped that the person fate chose as her partner might be able to see her true face. All her life, Sun Junyao has been a faceless woman, and she wished for nothing more than for that to change. Come, have a seat, and let's have a proper chat, Sun Junyao said. She still had some hope that maybe he could still help her. She led Wang Wei to a pavilion nearby. Wang Wei recognized this place was similar to the one Xiao Tiandi invited him, with a lake, flowers, spirits, and rainbows. As they sat opposite each other with a table in between, Sun Junyao served tea. Wang Wei took a sip and said, I don't want to have any misconceptions between us, so I want to make things clear. I come to break off the cause and effect between us. Is that so? Sun Junyao nodded, slightly surprised. In the past week, she used her terrible spy network to find people from the lower dimension and get as much information about Wang Wei as possible. As such, she knew he remained loyal to his wife despite achieving unprecedented power and status in the lower dimension. She calculated that this might be one of his reactions after meeting her, especially after knowing that Wang Wei's wife might be related to Empress Wu. Her surprise originated from the fact that he had no hesitation after seeing her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1296 Perfect Match. I appreciate your frankness, Sun Junyao answered. Cultivators on her level have a different perspective about fated love. Some embrace it, some are indifferent, and others find it disgusting. Sun Junyao was in the indifferent category. She only had expectations for Wang Wei because she thought he might be able to help with her situation. Wang Wei secretly sighed in relief. What he feared the most was she made a big deal out of this. He checked the fate connection between them, and as expected, he discovered it was not as unbreakable as before. But it seems this is not enough to cut it off completely, Wang Wei analyzed. He may need to get involved more with Sun Junyao before he can sever their connection. Now that you are here, I'll take the opportunity to express my gratitude. Sun Junyao changed the topic. I would have been in serious trouble had you not stopped 5 feathers. Really? I thought you would find my actions meddlesome. On the contrary, Sun Junyao stated. You may have saved my life. That's an exaggeration, Wang Wei replied. Something tells me you were prepared in case something like this happened. I was indeed prepared. Sun Junyao nodded. She used Wu Hong's aura to make anyone who came weary. Such a play should have bought her some time to kill Blood Dragon. However, if that did not work, Sun Junyao was prepared to use her palace, a supreme chaos treasure, to resist and even run away into the source chi space. However, after seeing your battle, I realized how much I underestimated the power of a paragon, Sun Junyao added. She briefly observed their battle after killing Blood Dragon, and she was appalled by their display of strength. Additionally, she checked the aftermath after leaving the Dragon Palace. As such, Sun Junyao understood how difficult it would have been to fight off 5 feathers, especially if she were distracted trying to finish Blood Dragon as soon as possible. She could not tell the final outcome without Wang Wei's presence, but she knew the chances of things going sideways for her and the people of the palace were pretty high. I accept your gratitude, Wang Wei nodded. While on this topic, can I ask whether you've discovered Blood Dragon's Dao imprint? I have, Sun Junyao nodded. Why are you asking? If you don't mind, can we work together to deal with it as soon as possible, Wang Wei suggested. He was worried that the existence of the imprint would become a variable, so the best solution would be for them to work together and get rid of it as soon as possible. Sun Junyao mulled over this idea for a few seconds before agreeing. She also felt it would be better to deal with this imprint immediately. The last thing anyone in the world wanted would be for that stupid dragon to revive himself. She waved her hand to summon the Grand Dao Source, directing Wang Wei to a seal area with a unique rune. How do you want to do this? Sun Junyao asked. I have no experience dealing with a paragon's imprint, so let's just attack with all our strength and respond as things change, Wang Wei suggested. Sun Junyao found nothing wrong with this suggestion, so she immediately took action. Small bursts of red lightning flashed around their eyes as they activated their true will and bombarded the rune. They immediately encountered severe resistance. The imprint seemed alive, or at the very least, had a certain level of consciousness, so it fought back to protect itself. Paragon Dao imprint is different from Empyreans because it has a consciousness. Unlike Empyreans, who have to order their imprints to hide before their death, Paragon imprints will act on instinct and do it without instruction. However, such ability is the most basic of abilities. The Dao imprint is how regular paragons ensure their survival, so it became imperative that they developed ways to protect it. As such, there are plenty of Dao imprint techniques, including creating false Dao imprints to lure the enemy away, the imprint developing hiding and battle instincts, and even the ability of an imprint to attach itself to other lesser ones to camouflage and hide itself. Sun Junyo's way of getting the Blood Dragon's Dao imprints saved them a lot of trouble. Otherwise, it would have been a struggle for them to search for that imprint, but even with such an advantage, it was challenging for those two to eradicate it. Wang Wei and Sun Junyo's attacks were not as effective as they wanted it to be, so they decided to work together. They melded their true will into one to boost its potency. The process was so smooth and swimmingly that it felt unnatural. It was like they were the perfect match, two sides of a broken object that easily fit together. Their approach was the correct choice. Their combined power had a more significant effect but showed no signs of excitement. Too slow, Wang Wei said. This should be expected, Sun Junyao said calmly. We should succeed in about 1200 yuan epoch, and that's excellent timing. She was prepared to spend at least 10 times longer to deal with this imprint. Wang Wei shook his head. 1200 yuan epoch is enough time for unknown variables to pop up from this imprint. I understand that, but there is nothing we can do about this, unless we can find rare things like Source Erosion Water or Omega Karma Flame, Sun Junyao said before looking at him. Did you find any of these things in the Blood Dragon's treasury? No, Wang Wei replied. And even if he had such things with how he fears for his life, I doubt he would keep them. A drop of Source Erosion Water can instantly erase the Dao imprint of a low-level paragon. Meanwhile, Omega Karma Flame can also directly burn the Tao imprint, and for peak paragons and boundless, it can drastically increase the speed of erasing it. That's true, Sun Junyao nodded. Anyway, let's focus, and maybe we can chip off a few Yuan epochs in our time. Wang Wei disagreed with her, but he did not say anything. Instead, he summoned the River of Fate to use the technique he copied from Monk. Fate will. Adding another will dramatically increase their speed, and Sun Junyao was surprised. Wang Wei frowned as he was still unsatisfied with this speed. Sun Junyao felt the change to their true will, and a brilliant light flashed deep in her eyes before she closed them. A few seconds later, countless chains of laws appeared around her, emanating the aura of different grand Tao sources. Then, numerous Tao wills emanated from these chains. They condensed into one before fusing with the true will. So, she can not only copy people's Tao but even their Tao will? My technique must have inspired her. She's a true talent, Wang Wei thought with a slight surprise. He could tell Sun Junyau's secondary Tao will was somewhat weak and illusory, indicating her technique was imperfect. However, it's understandable, given that it was created on the spot. After calming down, Wang Wei focused on the task at hand. It's down to about 550 yuan epoch, but I'm still unsatisfied. He wanted to reduce the scale to less than a yuan epoch. He pondered briefly before sending his mind to the Dragon Palace. Monk, Dulgun, Jiaping, and Flame, lend me your wills. Everyone else who has a Tao will artifact can also use it. His team was confused, but they did not ask many questions. They used their Tao will, true will, and willpower manifestation and sent it through the karmic line that Wang Wei established with them. The addition of these people significantly boosted the eradication process. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after seeing the speed for them to succeed. It was down to 120 yuan epoch, so he pondered who else he could ask. However, Sun Junyao immediately relieved his worry. She knew way more eternals and everlasting than him, so when she copied his method, hundreds of wills came from the void to provide aid. They soon reached their limit, and any more people would collapse their true will instead of augmenting it. Time passed, and the two spent 3 million years before the imprint dissipated. They could have finished sooner by at least 500,000 years, but Wang Wei was distracted as he kept observing the outside for any signs of sudden and drastic change. There were no visions between heaven and earth when the imprint disappeared. However, there were some slight changes to the world, and people of a certain cultivation noticed. After a few calculations, some people deduced that Blood Dragon had truly fallen. Many cultivators sighed after discovering this truth, lamenting the vicissitudes of life. Mortals pursue immortality, while immortals strive for eternity. However, even noble beings like boundless paragons have not achieved true eternity. So, what chances do they have? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1297 Deepening Karma. This was quite the experience, wasn't it? Sun Junyao sighed, her body relaxing as the tension dissipated. This experience was unique, not only because it was her first time attacking a Paragon's Tao imprint, but because of Wang Wei's presence. They were perfectly in sync, like two peas from the same pod. Sun Junyao understood why he was her fated lover, or maybe they fit so well because of that. Of course, her perfect harmony with Wang Wei was not the most memorable aspect of this experience. In the past 3 million years, she has made rapid progress regarding the application of true wills, and her understanding of Tao imprints reached a higher level. This experience will drastically reduce the time she needs to adapt to battles at the Paragon level. Indeed, Wang Wei replied. However, upon closer observation, Sun Junyao realized he was slightly distracted, and that's because Wang Wei had discovered something. His karmic connection with Sun Junyao had drastically increased in the past millions of years, and that somehow made it easier for him to cut off their fate line. What is this? Does fate want to entice me to deepen my relationship with her before deciding to cut off all connections? Does it think I won't be able to resist the temptation? Wang Wei wanted to roll his eyes but resisted the urge. Is everything all right? Sun Junyao asked. Sorry about that, I was lost in my thoughts, Wang Wei apologized. I can tell. Care to share what's on your mind? Nothing of importance, Wang Wei replied before looking at the teacups and set. Even after so long, they remained intact, including the tea. However, it was no longer hot, so he waved his hand to heat it. If you say so, Sun Junyao nodded. Since he did not want to talk about it, she would not insist. She sipped her hot tea. The ambience suddenly became awkward due to the silence. Sun Junyao could tell Wang Wei had this rejection against her. Although he tried to hide it, she noticed it. Well, he cultivates fate Tao and pursues absolute freedom. So, understandably, he would reject a fated companion, Sun Junyao thought. It's fine if he doesn't want to associate with me, but I still need to confirm whether he can help me. Now that I think about it, she said, I owe you more than one favor. Are you talking about Xiao Tiandi? If so, I don't think I did anything, Wang Wei replied. Without you giving him such a wake-up call, I doubt he would ever have the desire to change, Sun Junyao replied. She had been quite stressed about what to do with her disciple, trying countless methods to enlighten him. Luckily for her, old man Tianji gave a message that there might be an opportunity in the lower dimension, so she used all her connections to secure a spot for him. Maybe you're right, Wang Wei nodded. Sun Junyao frowned at his response. You seem guarded, she said. This is unlike you. And you presume to know me? No, but I know enough to know this is not how you normally behave, Sun Junyao responded calmly. Her words made Wang Wei ponder. She's right. There is no point in being reserved or alienating her. I don't need to be influenced by the events of my alternate self, nor care about what fate is planning. And I especially do not need to worry about how Wu Hong would feel based on my relationship with her. In fact, I should act above board instead of being suspicious. My apology, Wang Wei said. It seems I've been overthinking a lot. I understand. After all, overthinking is one of the few foibles of the wise, Su Junyao. How about we play one civilization chess match? It's a great way to appease the mood and get to know each other. Good idea. Sun Junyao waved her hand, and the tea sets on the table disappeared. She then summoned her Grand Miss Qi to create a transparent cube on the table. This was not an ordinary cube but one that contained an entire universe with vast lands, forests, mountains, oceans, and stars. Ladies first, Wang Wei said, and Sun Junyao did not act courteously with him. She pondered for a few seconds before choosing the fiend god race. With a thought, she created countless members of this race. To be precise, she made 129,600 of them. They were tall, mighty, primarily humanoid, and the heavens and earth cheered for their sheer existence. Starting with the most powerful race, huh? That's an interesting choice, Wang Wei commented. In that case, I'll choose the weakest race? Wang Wei chose the human race. However, he did not choose randomly. Instead, he created 129,608 humans, born from heaven and earth and in harmony with the Tao. They were not born strong but with supreme talents. Meanwhile, the rest, with a population of 1 billion, were regular and acquired humans. That's a smart move, Sun Junyao thought. According to the rules, the human race can have a starting population of 10 billion. Wang Wei sacrificed most of that to give birth to these innate humans with unparalleled talent. Sun Junyao looked at her fiend gods. They had all become eggs floating in this world's version of primordial chaos. She was not surprised by this sudden transformation. According to the rules, since she chose a race with such a high starting place and Wang Wei chose the opposite, she must abide by several restrictions, one of which was the small population and the fact her creatures must start from being born from primordial chaos. She looked at one of the eggs, who was technically the first creature ever born in this world. Sun Jianyou's next move was based on that. She used that status as the firstborn to accelerate the birth of that egg. Cracks appeared on the egg, but it was not born yet. For his second move, Wang Wei created a living environment for the human race. The innate humans can survive by absorbing the spiritual qi between heaven and earth, but the others cannot. So, Wang Wei had to build an ecosystem for the others, with animals, plants, insects, drinkable water, and so on. Sun Jianyou's move was the same, accelerating the birth of the first fiend god. Meanwhile, Wang Wei chose 2 innate humans and endowed them with unique talents. The first one, called Shang, gained the ability of innate wisdom. By observing nature, He learned about things like making fire, hunting, making clothes, building houses, organization, and even herding. Shang quickly divided the humans into tribes and elected leaders to better manage them. Then he taught everybody what he had learned. The second person Wang Wei chose was named Fuzi, and he was granted a warrior's heart. Fuzi was fierce, always the first to rush to fight against beasts to protect his fellow humans. He soon became the best hunter in the entire human race. Despite his fierce ways, Fuzi was a meticulous person with a heart of gold. He lamented how weak his fellow acquired humans were, and wondered whether there was a way for them to increase their strength. However, he could not think of a way. Sun Junyao looked at the human race, which had already established a primitive civilization. As she glanced at Fuzi, he predicted what Wang Wei's next move was and thus became a little worried. So for her next move, she sacrificed some of his luck to ensure Pan, the first fiend god, would be born early. Such an act ruined Pan's origin and lessened his talent, but she would make it up to him later. Wang Wei already had a plan, so all he needed to do was execute it. So one day, while hunting, Fuzi found two tigers fighting over a spiritual herb. As he observed them, he suddenly entered a trance in which his mind had absolute clarity. He saw every minute detail of the tiger's muscles, breathing, how they exert force and even the fierceness of their spirit. Without realizing it, Fuzi started mimicking the tiger's breathing and movements. At first, he looked stupid, but with each passing second, he mimicked these movements before changing them to fit the human physique without losing the effect. Boom! A vast amount of spiritual qi rushed into his body. His aura increased dramatically, but Fuzi was unaware. He continued to punch and breathe with a specific rhythm. A terrifying heat emanated from his body, forming a red cloud. Boom! Fuzi punched forward, releasing a shockwave that destroyed a dozen trees in the forest. He looked at this devastation in shock. "I did this," he asked his fellow hunters, and they nodded. These hunters knew innate humans were stronger than them, but it was not so exaggerated. They sighed and looked at Fuzi with awe and envy. "Ha ha ha, there is no need to envy me since you'll also have such strength," Fuzi declared with a grand smile. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1298 Civilization Chess, Unedited Chapter. Fuzi returned home with a wide grin. He could not wait to share his new technique with everyone in the tribe. From now on, his fellow humans no longer have to worry about dying while hunting. They can now truly rule over this land. Unfortunately for him, reality slapped him in the face. Xing vehemently disagreed with popularizing this method to everyone in the race. He used his golden tongue to explain to Fuzi all the disadvantages of everyone having such power. Moreover, the other elders agreed with him, so Fuzi had to shelve his idea. Finally, the Human Elder Council agreed that this method would only be shared with a few members of each tribe, and there would be strict rules on whom to pass it on. So, from now on, a new social class of warrior, with high status appeared in the human race. Although Fuzi was angry, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the human race did not belong to him alone. So, he chose to redirect his frustration to this new method. He wanted to perfect it and maybe even find a way to acquire even more strength. Sun Junyao calmly looked at the changes in the human race. So, he chose the martial art path? That makes sense, given how universal this system is. Martial art is a renowned power system of the human race throughout all heaven's myriad world. In many chaos worlds, the human race's rise to power starts with martial arts. They imitate beasts and the powerful creatures around them to eliminate their innate weakness. Sun Junyao focused on her race. For her turn, she changed the world's flora, giving birth to countless spiritual ores and herbs with different effects. Amongst these new creations is the transformation lotus flower, whose purpose is to accelerate the birth of innate creatures. Wang Wei was not surprised by this move. This is the regular operation of civilization chess when people choose powerful races from the beginning. Sun Junyo's move was decent since she was preparing for the birth of her races instead of forcing them to be born early. He focused on his humans. The human race is currently the most powerful in the Chaos universe, but why is that? Could it be because they are a race born with the highest understanding of all races? That's only a part of it. Another primary reason is the human spirit. Humans always believe they can conquer nature, so no matter the situation, humans will fight and rise to the occasion. They will sublimate themselves during moments of despair, allowing their races to overcome all kinds of catastrophes and obstacles. Wang Wei already has a path to guarantee the rise of the human race, so why would he not use it? In this chess world, one of the many animals he previously created suddenly became enlightened and gained wisdom. It absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to increase its strength rapidly. The creature, previously a regular tiger, was now a demon. The tiger called itself the demon race and started to gather other animals, awaken their wisdom, and conquer them. Suddenly, the human race had another competitor in this world. Using blood and war to train the human race? This approach is cruel but effective, Sun Junyao thought. For a brief moment, she considered sending Pan to the human race area to eliminate them. However, Sun Junyao knew this was an unwise move since, with Pan's current strength, it would take him more than 10,000 years to reach his destination. By then, who knows how powerful the human race will be. Instead, Sun Junyao influenced Pan to leave his birth area and explore this new world. She activated his luck, and as expected, the first fiend god discovered countless rare spiritual herbs, especially the transformation lotus. Meanwhile, the human race continued to develop. Fusey continued to build his training method, giving birth to warriors with divine abilities like controlling flames or flying in the sky. However, internal problems manifested in the human race due to the lack of an enemy. The primary cause is the inequality between warriors and ordinary people, especially the strict control of training methods. Shang started a plan of separation, expansion, and merit to deal with the situation. The warriors became nobles of the human race and lived in the inner area. Regular people lived in the middle, while pioneers lived in the outer region. Pioneers' job was to explore areas outside the human race's domain and create new tribes. The pioneers were given basic training methods, and if they had sufficient accomplishments, they could gain access to real training methods and become nobles. Sun Junyao looked at the human situation. She could tell with a glance the flaw of this pioneer system. It can take a few generations of development before a pioneer has enough achievements to receive the training method and become a noble. Most pioneers did not live long to see that day, so they relied on their descendants to fulfill their wishes. Normally, such a flawed system could be exploited. She only needs to influence someone in the human race to rise and cause internal problems. However, she saw that Wang Wei was already prepared to fix this flaw. He is methodical and thinks hundreds of steps ahead. Sun Junyao analyzed. The moment I chose Fiend God as my starting race, he had a plan to maximize the rules and restrictions placed on me. I should have taken this game more seriously. She understood that her chances of winning were not looking good with how the human race was developing. However, she would not give up so easily. After all, the game had just started. Although she was having a bad start, it didn't mean it was over. Instead, Sun Junyao influenced Pan to leave his birth area and explore this new world. She activated his luck, and as expected, the first fiend god discovered countless rare spiritual herbs, especially the transformation lotus. Pan returned to his birthplace and started to help his fellow fiend gods transform and appear in the world. Meanwhile, with the expansion, the human race finally reached the demon race area. As expected, a massive war immediately started between these two races. The human race was immediately overwhelmed by the horde of demons rushing into their territories. The situation escalated further when the demon race realized that eating humans could increase their souls and intelligence. In less than a month, the demon race slaughtered or captured most of the territories created by the pioneers. The nobles in the central area gathered to discuss this war, and they soon realized the horror they were about to face. The demon race had much superiority over them. First, there is the advantage of population. There are too many animals compared to humans, and most animals will come to adulthood in a few months to a few years, while humans have to wait 15 to 18 years. Secondly, the demon race had its own racial advantages. They were not as intelligent or wise as humans, making their comprehension lower. However, they had a powerful body, especially after being nourished by spiritual qi, and they were more sensitive to energy than humans, meaning it was easier for them to get started in the path of cultivation. The third and most important advantage of the demon race was their emperor's generosity. The demon emperor did not have as much of a reservation about spreading his qi-absorbing method to his kind. Although he kept a backhand to ensure his supremacy, he was still way more generous than the human race, resulting in a situation where the number of demons outmatched human warriors by a considerable amount. Such a revelation almost resulted in the clash of the human race's two titans, Xiang and Fuzi. The latter was furious that the former stopped him from making the training more widespread hundreds of years ago. Otherwise, the human race would not be in such a precarious situation. Xiang knew he did nothing wrong. If that method were not adequately controlled, the human race would be in a state where countless tribes fought with each other after everybody acquired such powerful strength. However, he knew this was not the time for an internal fight, so he admitted his fault and asked Fuzi to focus on the current situation. The two then agreed that a great change was needed to survive this catastrophe. Firstly, the training method would become available to every pioneer while they chose people with excellent talent to cultivate in the middle area. Such a tactic can be considered recompensation for the pioneers while also motivating people in the middle area to become pioneers and participate in the war. The second change they decided on was to mobilize 90% of the nobles and move them to the frontier to stop the demon race's advancements. Unfortunately for these two, their decisions received immediate resistance. The nobles were fine with spreading the training method to the pioneers since they needed people to fight this war, but they insisted that the best training method should be kept for themselves. They also disagreed with training anyone from the middle area. If these people wanted power, they could only go to the frontier. As for their mobilization to participate in this war, they refused. They were nobles and not just because of their strength. Many were innate humans or descendants of them, so how could they put themselves in danger? After living such a long life of pleasure and luxury, these people were not warriors but people with strength. The situation was tense, and the human race was about to collapse internally. However, something happened that none of these nobles anticipated. The two titans became ruthless and slaughtered anyone who resisted the two orders. It did not matter who it was, even their fellow innate humans. They killed anyone who resisted. Fuzi was, without a doubt, the strongest warrior of the human race. Meanwhile, Xiang was in the top 10 in terms of strength and held the most political power. With these two working together, the nobles had no choice but to obey and head for the frontier. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1299 Terrifying Woman, Unedited Chapter. After the human nobles finally responded and fought against the demon race, a tragedy of blood and sacrifices occurred. The demon race was brutal by nature, and even with the demon emperor's suppression, these animals spent all their lives following the cruel laws of nature. All the powerful demons reached their position by killing each other, so how could these lazy and entitled nobles be a match for them? In the first 6 months of this battle, 90% of the nobles died at the hands of the demon race. One of the most tragic causes was the innate humans. Wang Wei created 129,600 of them, and in the current era, about 110,000 of them still survive. However, in the past 6 months, only 18,000 innate humans survived. The human race bled in this war. However, with this tragedy comes strength and stability. The surviving nobles and pioneers became the pillars of the human race. Through war, bloodshed, and the spirit of sacrifice, these people became unparalleled warriors and the backbone of their races. After this baptism of war, the human race changed. They knew they were not the highest predators they once believed to be and strived to do whatever was necessary to survive and establish themselves at the top of the pyramid. Fuzi, their most powerful warrior, truly matured after the 6th month. He always had a heart of gold, so seeing his fellow humans suffer so tragically affected him the most. He wanted to become powerful and end this war, but he soon discovered that one man could not win this war. He made a breakthrough in the 3rd month of this fight and slaughtered everywhere. However, the demon races sent 2 of their 10 demon kings, and they were equal to Fuzi in terms of realm and strength. At that point, the human race despaired, especially after knowing the demon race was even more powerful. Luckily, Fuzi proved worthy of the title Martial Ancestor. After several months of fighting and learning, he killed one of the demon kings and severely injured the other. While the human race was sublimating through war, the fiend gods were leaving their cocoons one after another. Sun Junyao felt relieved that she finally had made the crucial first step in developing her race. For her turn, She created a secret realm before luring Pan and many of the clan's elders into it. The secret realm contained an inheritance, and after experiencing it, Pan finally made up for his lack of origin, and the other members sublimated their cultivation. However, this was not the primary goal of this move. A gray and dull table stood at the center of this secret realm, and after the fiend god reached it, they saw a vision of a race calling themselves the Chaos Demon Gods. They saw the rise and fall of this powerful race. At their pinnacle, the current fiend god paled compared to the Chaos Demon Gods. The fiend gods were born noble, and they knew it. However, their noble birth also paled compared to the Chaos Demon Gods. However, despite how mighty that clan was, they were still destroyed. Pan and the elders were scared after experiencing that vision. After returning home, they immediately create 3 fundamental precepts and taboos that all members of the clan must live by. There is always a sky beyond the sky. It's taboo to think you're the best. We are born noble, but that does not mean you can rely on your status to live a comfortable life. Laziness and complacency are the second taboo. Never underestimate anyone. All races, no matter how weak, have the potential to reach the top of heaven and earth. Underestimating any race due to their birth is the third taboo. Pan and the elders felt the Chaos Demon God's fate was a warning from heaven of what would happen to their clan, so they used these precepts as the foundation of their rise and prosperity. From that on, there is no such thing as a fiend god that relies on its bloodline to grow slowly. From birth, everyone must experience a strict training regimen to ensure their full potential is developed. She knows about the Chaos Demon God? Wang Wei thought. From what Wang Wei deduced, knowledge about the existence of Chaos Demon Gods was purposely erased by someone, probably Grand Dao. The fact that there is any news information whatsoever is a testament to how powerful the Chaos Demon Gods were. However, only a few top paragons will know of their existence and cannot even share it with people of lower cultivation realms or strengths. How deep is this woman's spy intelligence? Wang Wei wondered. He was amazed. Compared to her, his fate shadow guard. He shook his head not to think about it. Maybe I can ask her for help gathering rare information. However, Wang Wei removed this idea from his thoughts. He and Sun Junyao were neither friends nor acquaintances, so why would she help him? However, Wang Wei considered becoming business partners to trade information and so on. It seems that I need to deepen my karma and involvement with her, so this might be a good approach, Wang Wei analyzed. Lady Sun, can I ask you a somewhat personal question? Sun Junyao was surprised that he took the initiative to speak to her. She smiled, instantly illuminating the room, and said, "As long as you don't speak so formally and address me as Lady Sun." "No problem," Wang Wei answered. Since he wanted to do business with her, it was no problem to become familiar with her. Maybe they can even become acquaintances and, eventually, friends. How good is your information network? Wang Wei asked. That is an interesting question, Sun Junyao muttered. How to answer this? It's probably the best in the world. Oh! Wang Wei was intrigued by her confidence. I know it sounds like I'm bragging, but it's the truth, she explained. And despite having this position, it doesn't mean I deserve it. Can you elaborate? Wang Wei asked. At the beginning of this era, the overlords and top lineages were forced to close up their mountains, and their intelligence network had to be suspended. To be precise, they could not operate efficiently under the light. I used this opportunity to rise. More importantly, I made a bargain with them. Regarding their network? Wang Wei asked, thinking of something incredible. That's right, Sun Junyao nodded. It was easier for me to act openly and in the shadow than them, so I became the intermediary for their networks, allowing them to bypass the blockade of the moons and suns. When you say them, how many are we talking about? About 80%. Wang Wei took a deep breath. He did not expect her to be such a terrifying woman. What does it mean to be the intelligence distributor to 80% of all the top lineages of the world? This means there is little that Sun Junyao wishes to know that she cannot. Of course, Sun Junyao understood that she needed a certain level of propriety. If she started to delve into the secrets of these factions, not only would their cooperation stop, but they would do everything possible to eliminate her. What's with that look? Sun Junyao asked. I'm reconsidering whether I made the right choice, Wang Wei replied seriously. I only need to sacrifice my dignity and body, And I will have the most beautiful woman in the world and such an intelligent network. No matter how you look at it, I'm not losing in this situation. Sun Junyao was shocked before covering her mouth to laugh. You're the first man I've met who openly admits he wishes to rely on me instead of providing the world to me. I'm just telling the truth. Sun Junyao shook her head. She knew a person like him had their pride and would never do such a thing. Little did she know that if her surname were Wu instead of Sun, Wang Wei would be shameless enough to sell his body for her spy network. So, why did you tell me such an important information? And so casually? Wang Wei asked. Because I felt like it, Sun Junyao replied casually, which was probably a half-truth. Plus, so what if I did? How many people would believe that such a weak woman like myself has such power? And even if they did, what can they do about it? You're only partially correct about that, Wang Wei replied. After what you did with Blood Dragon, most people will believe you're that capable. That's true, she nodded, smiling, thinking how she had successfully changed her reputation and how the world viewed her. She then focused on Wang Wei. The real question is, why did you ask me such a question? I was hoping we could cooperate, Wang Wei said. I value your information, and am willing to pay a fair price for it. So what do you think? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1300 Help Yourself. Sell information? That's not out of the realm of possibility, Sun Junyao uttered. She knew her situation. After killing Blood Dragon, she was now in a precarious situation as the moons would no longer tolerate her. The woman already envied her, and now was the perfect opportunity for them to enact their twisted vengeance. As for the man? They are even worse since they now have an excuse to catch and treat her as their plaything. Wang Wei had the destiny to eliminate these bastards, so whether he asked or not, Sun Junyao planned to work with him. She hadn't decided on the exact nature of the cooperation, but they could start with exchanging intelligence. So, what do you want in exchange? Wang Wei asked, feeling her hesitation. You might as well be straightforward. You know what I want, Sun Junyao replied, looking him in the eyes. However, Wang Wei instinctively replied, You can't have my body. The severe atmosphere was instantly broken, almost making Sun Junyao laugh out loud. However, she controlled her eyes and replied, Who wants your body? My mother told me that pretty boys must protect themselves when going out, Wang Wei said seriously. I didn't understand what she meant then, but now I do. I didn't think there were such aggressive women in the world. He sighed, feeling that he needed to protect himself or some woman would take advantage of him. Sun Junyao was shocked. The information said he was free and easygoing, capable of changing his personality like an actor in a play. She knew this, but it was different for her to experience it herself. You're quite the character, aren't you? She commented. I'll take that as a compliment, Wang Wei smiled. But seriously, you know what I want. Wang Wei was briefly silent. I can't help you. You can't or won't? Both. Why not be truthful and say you want? Sun Junyao said, her demeanor devoid of her previous weak and pure aura. Although you try to hide it, I can sense the perfect aura in your body. It's so pure, so you must have used it to make that perfect tear. With such deep knowledge of perfection, don't tell me you can't help. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Then, there is your relationship with Senior Wu, Sun Junyao continued. With your relationship with her, there is no way you couldn't ask her for help. With the two of you working together, each with their own expertise, the chances of creating a method are very high. How do you know my relationship with her? I talked to the people who recently ascended, Sun Junyao replied. That shouldn't be enough to come to a conclusion, Wang Wei said. Then, he remembered something. He had revealed he knew about her true face during the conversation. It seems you figured it out, Sun Junyao said. Only a few people know about my true face, and the only way for you to learn about it is from her. Wang Wei nodded before sipping his tea. Well, Sun Junyao asked. I think it's a fair deal. You help me and I help you. I think we can make a great team. Wang Wei was calm. He sighed before uttering, Haven't you realized you're on the wrong path? Pardon me. Your lack of face is not just a curse but a test and an opportunity, Wang Wei said. Have you ever thought that instead of relying on someone else, you could help yourself? Why do you need me to help you see your true face? Cultivation is about the elevation of the self, which can apply to your situation. Your true face is what you deem it to be. It can be the most beautiful face in the world, the most ugly, or a common face that most people will not glance at. It doesn't matter. What matters is that it's your face, and you like it. Sun Jianghu's body visibly paused as these words echoed in her mind. Suddenly she felt in a daze, lost in her memory. Senior Wu, is there really nothing you can do? I'm sorry, but this is beyond my ability. Sun Jianghu was dejected, but her eyes remained firm and unwilling. Senior, you're someone with vast knowledge and experience. Can you guide me to a path? All I can say is this is a trial for you, and you can only walk your own path. So, what do you think? Sun Jianghu asked. It's repulsive, isn't it? No. There is no need to consider my feelings. It's disgusting, and I acknowledge that. You're wrong, Master, Xiao Tiandi said. In fact, I think it's better like that. Oh, why is that? I always feel guilty when I look at you, knowing that the face I see is not yours but what I want you to look at. I want to see you for you are, and even if it looks like this, I'm fine with that. Sun Jianghu looked at her young apprentice in shock. She did not expect such a reaction after showing him the truth. She suddenly smiled. From now on, she truly acknowledged this disciple. From now on, no matter what happens, whether he is an unparalleled genius or mediocre, she'll treat him as family. Sun Jianghu woke up from her daze and instinctively touched her face. She stopped midway, not daring to finish. After hesitating for a few seconds, she slowly caressed every part of her face, from her forehead to her chin and even her nose and eyes. Such a sight looked weird from the outside, but Wang Wei did not utter a word. He calmly watched. Once Sun Jianghu finished, she waved her hand to manifest a mirror, but it was upside down. She stared at the back of this golden mirror adorned with engravings of phoenixes for over a minute before turning it over. She saw it. The emptiness that has accompanied her all her life since the age of 7 when she first looked into a mirror. She still remembered screaming, scaring the maids, and alerting her mother. After she told them what she saw, Sun Jianghu's parents thought this was a child's ramblings. She insisted, but her father, a Tier 7 cultivator, saw nothing. After Sun Jianghu threw a temper tantrum for the next month, his parents had no choice but to act. Grand visions accompanied Sun Jianghu's birth, alerting many influential people who wanted to accept her as a disciple or who had other ulterior motives. Her parents had no choice but to contact one of these people to check on her, but they could not even see anything. Ultimately, Sun Jianghu had to accept that no one but she could see her empty face, and from that day on, she hated any reflective surfaces, including clear water. As Sun Jianghu looked into the mirror, she saw it. A vague outline that could not be deciphered entirely. She was immediately excited and focused, but the outline remained illusory and vague no matter what she tried. She calmed down and exhaled before dispersing the mirror. She stood up, cupped her hands and bowed 90 degrees to Wang Wei. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for pointing the way. No problem, Wang Wei nodded. She accepted the bow but did not take it as seriously as her. He was sure some people close to her must have said something similar. However, helping someone heal their Dao heart or state of mind sometimes requires the right person to say the correct thing at the appropriate time. Sun Jianghu has put a lot of faith in the Destined One to help her with her situation, so those words meant a lot coming from Wang Wei than someone else. Sun Jianghu felt relaxed after sitting down. Although the flaw in her Dao heart was not completely dealt with, she now saw a way forward. She only needs to focus on finding herself. One day, she'll have her face. As Wang Wei said, the fact might be the most common one in the world, but that does not matter since it is hers. Once she perfects her Dao heart, her future will be bright, Wang Wei thought. After Sun Jianghu solves her problem, she'll be able to see her perfection as an advantage instead of a curse. With her information network, it won't take long to learn or deduce that the path of perfection involves transcendence, so she might start preparing for that. Should I find a way to exchange the perfection foundation with her? Wang Wei thought. He loves talent, and because of that, he was momentarily tempted not to sever the connection with her. After all, Her chances of becoming half-step transcendent are genuinely high since she's a being with such a high affinity with perfection. The perfect foundation would further increase that possibility. Moreover, Wang Wei looked at the connection between them. After helping enlighten her, their karma connection was more profound, and he took a significant step in being able to cut off their fate connection. If he handed her the perfect foundation, Wang Wei knew he would meet the requirement. No, there is no need to use such a valuable thing to deepen karma, Wang Wei thought. He could take his time and was confident he could resist whatever temptations fate could throw at him. More importantly, he did not have such a deep connection or affection for Sun Junyao to give something as valuable as the perfect foundation method. Wait, what if she were? Wang Wei suddenly thought. She doesn't have a top lineage behind her, so it's possible to lure her into the Dao opening sect. Sun Junyao could be classified as a transcendent seed, meaning that any faction would fight tooth and nail for her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1301 Not Feasible. Unedited chapter. The more Wang Wei thought about this idea, the more in love he fell with it. Just like he did with Dong Lifen, he can do the same with Sun Junyao. This was simply perfect. Her situation is not ideal, Wang Wei thought. In the upcoming era, everybody will be competing for the path of transcendence, and as someone without a potent faction to protect her, she'll become a delicious piece of cake to fight over. Additionally, there is also the issue of her network. Many sects will be thankful for her help, but many will also wish to eliminate her to ensure she did not learn any crucial secrets related to them. If you add her unparalleled beauty, her life will truly be full of ups and downs, meaning I can use that to lure her into the sect. Sun Junyo's life will not be easy when this era ends without a powerful backer. She still has enough time to build a faction, but even if she does, it won't change much. After all, the new era will be full of paragons and primal. Even Wang Wei is not confident he'll reach the later stages of the paragon realm, let alone Sun Junyao. If any of these top lineages are determined to eliminate Sun Junyao, she'll have to struggle for survival, unless she hides in the lawless zone. But even such a method is not 100% guaranteed. After all, the paragons of the upcoming era cannot compare to the waste that is these parasites. Even if their power is sealed to the Empyrean realm, a peak paragon is still a peak paragon. No matter how I look at it, she has no choice but to find a backer, and the Dao opening sect is perfect for her. Wang Wei thought excitedly before he remembered something. No, the sect is not her best choice. The origin seal continent is, he realized. She already has a pseudo-master-disciple relationship with the future wife, so her best choice would be to join her. Wang Wei had no doubt his future will be able to protect her. Wu Hong built the origin seal continent into one of the 13 overlords, showing her personal and political power. Additionally, she'll be even more potent in the new era once she healed her injury and reforged her foundation. And once she becomes half-step transcendent, the origin seal continent will keep its status as the top lineage of the eternal Ascension world. My future wife might have already been preparing to introduce Sun Junyao into her lineage, Wang Wei analyzed, sighing deeply to himself. He realized his chances of succeeding were not as high as he anticipated. Should I still give it a try? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Wei's mind in less than a nanosecond as he analyzed the pros and cons of trying to get Sun Junyao into the sect. No, it's not worth it, he concluded. He noticed many factors he overlooked due to his excitement. The most important of which is the complex political nature of the Dao opening sect. This was not the lower dimension where Wang Wei's prestige and power were even higher than all the ancestors combined. In there, Wang Wei can introduce someone like Dong Lifen, that was not raised by the sect and had no clear royalty, and everyone agreed, but he couldn't do the same in the upper dimension. Although Wang Wei hasn't returned to the sect, he has learned and deduced himself to the complex situation. For example, the Dao opening sect was not run only by the 3 clans of Wang, Yan, and Li. There were 9 other families below them. These families originated from former sectarian sect masters who became paragon and, with their long lifespans, established flourishing families. In fact, Wang Wei deduced that there are even more families in the sect, and the concept of the sectarian faction has almost been replaced. However, These other families do not have enough power to be considered the ruling class of the sect. With such a complex situation, there will be many resistances to Wang Wei introducing Sun Junyao to the sect, especially without a status like his wife. As his wife, people would welcome Sun Junyao with open arms and embrace her into the sect. But as a disciple or member, most people will reject. The Wang clan is still the most powerful, with 2 primals, so Wang Wei could override these rejections, but that does not make any sense. Sun Junyao must feel some sense of belonging to the sect to eventually contribute after becoming a half-step transcendent. After all, even in the lower dimension, Dong Lifen's husband would be born as a member of the Wang clan. Ultimately, since Wang Wei cannot introduce Sun Junyao to the sect with a guaranteed status like a wife, there is no point in recruiting her. There is also the issue with Wu Hong, he thought. Although he had pure motives for recruiting Sun Junyao, what if she misunderstood him? If he did it behind her, it would appear like he was sneaking around. He told her the truth, but it could appear to be manipulative. She's not the kind to be suspicious and question my motive and loyalty, but I have to look at the bigger picture, Wang Wei analyzed. He had guessed some of the shenanigans his future self was doing, and he was sure one of the primary reasons many things would go smoothly for him was because he had Wu Hong also partaking in these acts. Things would be 1,000 times harder without her help. And since he knew this, his enemy also did. It's already too late to break off his relationship with Wu Hong, so these people must keep an eye on the past. My relationship with her is complex and not set in stone, meaning it's the perfect time for these people to separate us, Wang Wei thought. That also means the existence of Sun Junyao is another significant component in this situation. As another woman linked to me by fate, she can also play a role in determining the future. Wang Wei suddenly realized he needed to be more careful with how he dealt with Sun Junyao. Calm down, he told himself. He suddenly wanted to do whatever possible to remove the karmic link between them. However, he also understood acting rashly was the opposite of what must be done in this kind of situation. The best move I can make next is to tell Wu Hong everything that had happened here, including my speculation and fears about the future. Even better, I should use open and truthful communication at all times from now on when dealing with our relationship. Was Wang Wei overreacting? Possibly. However, this involved his future love life and maybe his path toward transcendence. The last thing he wanted was to mess this up. There is no problem with cooperating, Sun Junyao said, and Wang Wei focused on her. He was previously multitasking, planning, and analyzing all these things at unparalleled speed while still talking to her. During the entire process, his facial expressions, emotions, tone fluctuations, and everything else never changed. That's good to hear. But you should understand that I cannot provide you certain information, Sun Junyao added. There are some things I don't dare investigate even if I had the power. I understand, Wang Wei nodded. My purpose is primarily the parasites. I won't break the rules and touch these lineages unless it's absolutely imperative that I do so. That's good, Sun Junyao nodded. She successfully established such deep cooperation with these lineages and kept their relationship for so long because she knew how to control herself. Sun Junyao knew their taboos and never broke them. As for the price? Sun Junyao looked him in the eyes. You enlightened me, so I owe you karma. If you need help one day, you can ask, and I'll do everything in my power to help. But business is business, friendship is friendship, Wang Wei said. I understand and have no problem. That's good, she nodded. We can use the same standard I offered Jimin, and I'll give you a 20% discount. She condensed a talisman that served as a way to contact her directly, and contained a detailed system of how she classified the value of certain information and their price. From 1 star to 9 stars, but even the lowest 1-star information is expensive. Even with the discount, Wang Wei complained. However, I understand why it's so expensive. Sun Junyao chose the elite path of selling information, meaning people who buy information from her already have a decent spy network and only buy things they cannot find themselves. Why do I find this setting suddenly became weird? Wang Wei thought as he looked at this information. He knew Sun Junyao had an extensive network, but now, she was more than that. She had become a broker of information, selling news to the elite. She reminded him of an anime character from Earth named Joker in the underground. This woman is more complex than I gave her credit for, Wang Wei concluded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1302 Not Compatible. Aren't you worried about revealing your identity? Wang Wei asked. With such a detailed plan and classification of information, it's apparent that this was not the first time she had made such a deal. However, Wang Wei was sure she never revealed her identity when selling news to people like him. It's not as big of a deal as you think, Sun Junyao replied softly. A few individuals know her identity, including Empyrean Kong and Empyrean Jimin. Trust is crucial in her line of work, so when dealing with certain clients, she had to reveal her identity to establish trust. It's also a way to give these people her weakness and make them more willing to work with her. Of course, none of these people dared to offend even if they knew her weakness. Who dares to offend someone who can know what kind of underwear someone wore a few 100,000 years ago? There is also the soft power that Sun Junyao has. She can summon an army of cultivators to work for her with a few words and some fake tears. No one wants to offend someone with that kind of power. More importantly, more people should have figured it out by now. Sun Junyao has only dealt with elite, or people with excellent networks. So, she knew what she did to the blood dragon would have helped these people figure out her identity by now. I'm guessing some people were not surprised by what you did, Wang Wei sighed. That's not completely accurate, she corrected him. They were not surprised that I could do it, but definitely shocked that I dare do it. That makes sense, Wang Wei nodded. While we're on the subject, did you get any reward from Heavenly Dao for killing that horny dragon? Hee, young Master Wang, Sun Junyao chucked as she put her hands before her mouth to hide her teeth. Such information is worth at least 5 stars. Do you still wish to know? Wang Wei's lips twitched. How come their calm, peaceful, and natural conversation was suddenly corrupted by the unpleasant existence of money? He shook his head. Since he was not willing to pay, he chose to peek. Sun Junyao was surrounded by the power of perfection, which was excellent at anti-divination. However, Wang Wei used his own perfect aura to offset hers, allowing him to find some information. Paragon Slayer title? He said with slightly raised eyebrows. This was a rare title with harsh conditions, the first of which was that someone from the lower cultivation realm had to do it themselves. According to heaven and earth, paragons were noble existences, so anyone with lower cultivation lucky enough to kill one of them will receive a luck backlash instead of a reward. So, unless they have the protection from the fortune of a powerful lineage, the fate of anyone trying to acquire this title will be miserable, not considering the difficulty of even succeeding. The only way for someone to receive this title is to kill a paragon that has lost its favor from heaven and earth. The description of losing favor is broad and complex, but a perfect example is those parasites. That's rude, Sun Junyao said with a frown. She waved her hand and reinforced the anti-divination techniques around her. With her copy Dao, she had many of them, and now that she was on guard, it was not feasible for Wang Wei to use the same method with his perfect aura. Indeed. I apologize. It seems I've become too comfortable, Wang Wei replied calmly. Sun Junyao looked at him. She could not tell whether he was telling the truth or if he did it on purpose to alienate the good vibe they had between them. Or maybe he did it for a completely different reason. He was hard to read. This man's mind is too complicated, she thought. Dealing with such a person can be quite exhausting. She did not mind someone extremely intelligent, but there are also times when intelligence goes too far and ruins things, especially regarding emotional matters. Maybe it wasn't such a bad thing that he wants nothing to do with me. We're probably not compatible. Sun Junyao thought. It was already hard to accept he had to share him, but thinking how she would have to spend the rest of his life with someone with such a deep mind, she shuddered. Even if he truly opens his mind and heart to me one day, can I believe him? She knew the answer as soon as she asked. Sun Junyao sighed. She could never remove the suspicion that he was not truly sincere and was not scheming something. Senior Wu should understand what kind of person he is. So why did she choose him? Sun Junyao wondered. Maybe she's as complex as him, or she has faith that he truly opened up to her, or maybe she has confidence in herself and from her strength. Whether he's sincere or not, whether he's plotting something or not, She's confident she can get out of the situation relatively intact, emotionally and physically. As for me, I would probably lose myself in a relationship with him. Sun Junyao knew herself quite well. With the flaw in her mind, it's easier for her to be manipulated. She knew this, and that's why she never truly trusted anyone and never searched for a Dao companion. What's more, the fact she had to hear from someone else that she needed to help herself showed a tendency to rely on others. With such flaws in character, she knew she would lose her sense of self in a relationship with a person like a woman. Yes, it's indeed a good choice. Sun Junyao decided to cut off the last thoughts she had about him. Although this was their first meeting and she never had any high romantic aspirations, she did consider him after learning about Wang Wei. After all, he was handsome, talented, and had a great background. What woman would not be tempted? However, during today's events, she felt their personality did not match, and their relationship might be ill-fated. Wang Wei muttered, looking at Sun Junyao. The benefits for the Paragon Slayer title include an increase in luck, an increase in the amount of time allowed to comprehend existence after entering the Paragon realm, and what Wang Wei valued the most, an aura ability that boosted strength when dealing with an opponent of higher cultivation realm. After knowing this, he deduced some basic information on the best way to acquire this title, but he realized it was useless. Apparently, heaven and earth judged him by different standards. It's a remarkable feat for anyone to slay a paragon, but for someone like him, it's expected. So, if he wanted the title, he would need to kill 3 paragons while in the Empyrean realm. As Wang Wei was lamenting that it was unfair, he noticed a strange change from Sun Junyao, so he looked at her. Our karmic connection has weakened. What happened? Sadly, he could not deduce anything from the myriad of emotions in her eyes because he knew little about it. Wang Wei only met Sun Junyao recently, and in the past 3 million years working together, they did not utter a single word. Through how she operates her true will and other actions, he had a basic understanding of her, but as they conversed, he had to constantly update the character model he made for her. I feel an opportunity coming, Wang Wei thought. So let's take a look. He used his heart-reading technique, a mind-reading technique he created by combining Buddhist mantra and Yen Liling's ability. He took a quick peek into Sun Junyo's mind and found her thoughts from the past 10 seconds. He was so fast and sneaky that she did not notice anything. So, she gave up on me because we're not compatible? That works in my favor, but why do I feel something is weird? Sun Junyo's change was sudden, too fast, and more importantly, due to a random action he did. She was right about Wang Wei's mind being too complicated, but she also exaggerated the situation. Wang Wei's previous rude behavior was not done with malice or any calculations. As he said, he became too comfortable with her too easily, and with his curious nature, he violated her privacy and calculated her information. Something really feels off by how she so naturally realized we are not compatible. Wang Wei thought. Is something the matter? Sun Junyao asked. At this point, Wang Wei was staring, making her slightly uncomfortable. Excuse me for a moment, Wang Wei said before closing his eyes, focusing his mind to analyze everything. His intuition told him something else was at play. Did my future self act and remove the obstacle that was Sun Junyao? Or maybe Hong'er is the one who acted? Wang Wei suddenly thought. No, that's not it. Whenever they act, there are always some signs of slight anomaly. But this time, it was so subtle and fluid that it reminded me of how fate operates. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.